Ladies and gentlemen, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd like to call to order the City of Tallahassee City Commission meeting for today. And welcome everybody to the Tallahassee City Commission chambers. It's my honor and privilege to introduce Bishop Alvin Stewart of Alarm International Church. They'll be providing the invocation. Bishop, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you join us in a moment of prayer? Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you to give thanks for your grace and your mercy, for your loving kindness toward us, and your unveiling love and faithfulness. We thank you that we can call upon your name, knowing that when we pray, you hear us. We humble ourselves in your presence, and we ask that you bless those that's gathered here today, governing officials, city employees, community stakeholders, and residents alike. We ask for your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding as we seek to govern and steward your people, your resources, and all that you've entrusted into our hands. We ask that you guide us, O Lord, by your Spirit and lead us in the right way. May you move upon us today and fill us with your grace and season us with the salt of your grace. And Father, I pray even now that you will bless us so we'll know how to answer and speak to each other. Help us to honor one another, even in disagreement, understanding that we all are working for a bigger picture, a corporate vision and purpose for the city. Help us to make just decisions and to protect the weak and the fatherless, maintain the right of the afflicted and the homeless, and rescue the weak and needy. Lord, our desire is that our city, the city of Tallahassee, and our community be a shining light and an example to other cities, that they may bring glory to your name. Father God, may your spirit of wisdom rest upon us, rest upon our mayor, rest upon our commissioners, and your word guide us so that we can prosper in all things. Father, we thank you that this city is blessed in the name of Jesus. Nothing missing, nothing broken, nothing lacking. This blessing we ask in the name of Jesus our Lord. Let the kingdom come and your will be done. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, the American flag is to my right, your left. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bishop, thank you so much for joining us. Certainly do appreciate it. Your words of wisdom ring true. May we all come together, as I like to start all meetings, and say, if we could, set the tone and set the example of how to act civically, so that all those that are watching online know that Tallahassee is the best, and we show the world how to do it right. With that, do we have any agenda modifications, Mr. City Manager?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, no agenda modification.
All right, we have no presentations for this evening as well. Do we have any announcements?
No, sir.
Excellent. Mr. Cook will be handling citizen input on the agenda items themselves. We are on appointed appearances by City Commission, appointed boards and committees, 8.01. Mr. Manager, you want to introduce Mr. Floyd, our independent ethics officer, and tee it up, or Mr.
Yes, sir.
Floyd?
I certainly would. Let me acknowledge and recognize our ethics officer, Dwight Floyd, as he comes to the podium. He's also joined by our chair, Carlos Ray. It's good to see the chair, and board attorney John Reed there with him today. This will be the annual report from the ethics board provided by Mr. Floyd, the ethics officer. So I'll turn it over to him.
Mr. Floyd, I'm sorry we played some phone tag. I was just calling to say I thought your report is great and look forward to you coming tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mayor, city commission members, other staff, to the staff and others that are present, I would say to my friends, but I'm not sure if I have any in the room. This is a report that, according to city ordinance, the board is to give to the city commission on an annual basis. We adjusted this report to cover February 20 of 2020 to September of this year, and from now on you will get a report on an annual fiscal basis. We faced a number of challenges, as everyone did, with the pandemic, and for me, I arrived just before we started responding to the pandemic. So I went from one office to another office to working at home, as well as my staff. But we accomplished a lot of things since that time. We rewrote the ethics guide to make it more user-friendly and easier to understand, with the idea that it was not written for the Independent Ethics Board, but is written for citizens and employees and anyone who's interested in understanding ethics in Tallahassee. We revised our bylaws and administrative procedures with fairness and objectivity and efficiency in mind. We improved our complaint process, making sure to notify individuals for which those who are being investigated, those respondents, notifying them in a reasonable amount of time. We improved our investigative process, and we are still working to shorten that response time. We established core values for the board, and it was important that we develop values that represent how we interact and how we do our job. Those core values include integrity, honesty, being transparent and truthful when communicating with others, being dependable, fair, and thorough, and objective. That's commitment, excellence, holding ourselves accountable first, and being respectful, being courteous to others, and treating each person with equal value. We created a strategic plan. That was important for me, and it should be important to you, because if you want to know what the board is up to, you can look in the strategic plan and see what I'm working on. I use the strategic plan for guidance. So whereas some people might think that I do whatever I want to and I direct the board, it doesn't work that way. I work with the board to create a strategic plan that they're familiar with, happy with, and approve. And then they tell me, go do good work. And for the rest of that fiscal year, I work from that strategic plan. And every year, they'll review it and add to it, add another year, so we're always 3 years out in the planning. I very much enjoy training new employees. Every employee that the city gets, I get to see them within those first 90 days. I make it a goal to leave a good impression on the city. I make it a goal for them to understand ethics, the parameters, and feel comfortable doing their job day to day, not worrying about whether they're going to trip over a shoestring. But they can do their job and feel confident if they just do their job right and use good common sense, they'll be okay. And by the way, when I give that training, one of the things I compliment the City Commission for is this ethical statement that's required employees to read. And one of the things that it says in that statement is use sound judgment and common sense. I was with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for 34 years in state government, and it used to frustrate me when a staff person would talk to a citizen and say, well, this is what the rule says, so this is what we have to do, even though it doesn't make sense. I think that when we make rules and we make procedures, we shouldn't lose common sense and sound judgment in the process. This past year, we delivered our first online ethics training. I'm grateful to the city manager who led that training by giving the introduction in the online training. And the whole purpose behind the training was to present, or the strategy was to present scenarios that were relatable so that the individuals, the employees, could put themselves in a particular situation and understand what the parameters are and how to respond. And I'm happy to report the last time I checked, at least 98% of employees had completed that training. There weren't a lot of glitches. It went very well, thanks to human resource. Well, we worked together in collaboration. I'm not going to give any names because I'll miss somebody, but I really appreciate that staff. They continue to work with me. We started delivering advisory opinions. And the idea behind advisory opinions is that before you take an action, if you're not sure, ask us. We may not be able to give you an immediate answer, but we're going to give you a thorough answer, and one that we can be confident in, and one that you can be confident in. And we continue to get questions. We post them on our website. When we get answers, we send them to you all so you'll know what's going on. We've had some discussion about including them with the critical review so employees will know what the parameters are as we move forward. And note that all of this is just making people more aware of what's going on, what the parameters are, and how to exist in this environment when it comes to ethics. We updated our website to make it more friendly, again, with the user in mind instead of us. And lastly, I think when I last looked at the budget, we had about $80,000 left, so we were fiscally responsible. If you look at the budget as a whole, I need to replace my phone, and I've been stingy, but I'm going to replace my phone soon. But I've been very conservative about spending the city's money. The staff, as you know, I'm the only full-time person. I do have a part-time assistant in Lucy Atkins. She's been here longer than me. She keeps me straight. She's pretty stubborn, and I love her to death. I don't need a yes person. I need, as I used to tell people, I need somebody who's going to tell me when my zipper's down instead of laughing at me behind my back. So she does a good job with that. We have a board. We have a very good board with lots of years of experience in ethics. They are committed to being fair, impartial, objective, and doing their job the right way. Our meetings, we get to the point, we do what we have to do, we say what we have to say, and we go home. Brian Smith served as chair in that first year, and he had a lot of accomplishments. That was followed by Carlos Ray, our current chair. And as I said, with the board, we have a very talented and dedicated group. That is a short synopsis. I was afraid that the prayer was going to be longer than my presentation, but I might I'll beat him on that. But that is a synopsis of what we've been up to. It is a pleasure serving the city, and I'm open to any questions.
Dwight, thank you very much. I think you're doing a great job. I appreciate the work of the board. You've got a stellar board, and keep up the great work.
Okay.
Colleagues, there is no action to be taken tonight. This was a presentation, but of course, let's open it up for any and all discussion. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I wanted to say thank you also for a very good report. And I will say that I have enjoyed working with you. And when I need to know something, I check with make sure I'm not breaking any rules or laws. I check with the city attorney, and then I check with you. And you both have worked well and have done your best to keep me out of trouble. I also, for the audience who may not know that, your dad was a deacon, so that's why you're talking about that prayer. So we're thankful for that. Sure. I wanted to also mention that I thought I'd seen where Gwen Graham has been confirmed. Correct. Now in Washington. Correct. So there will be a replacement for her on the board. Do we know when that's going to happen, or has it happened? I know they're deliberating. We haven't gotten anything yet. Okay, all right. When you will let us know when that occurs. I'll be sure to. Okay, thank you. Sure.
Colleagues, I jumped the gun, and I apologize. Before we continue on, we do have one public comment, I believe, on the presentation, even though we don't have a vote. Mr. Cook, will you call our speaker, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The speaker we have on this item is Dr. Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, good to see you, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Irwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. I came here to speak and comment on the statements, the information being presented. Actually, what I'm going to comment on, if this is not a real problem, September 21st, the Independent Ethics Board sent these documents. So my comments were about these documents. I don't know exactly what documents he presented to you, but basically they had recommended several changes to the Ethics Board, the actual policies. They wanted to expand the definitions, some other important information here. I just wanted to go on record as saying I totally support what they've said here, but I do have a couple suggestions. First, I think the Ethics Board should be responsible for establishing minimal requirements to be registered as a lobbyist and a vendor for the city. More specifically, these persons engaged in criminal activities should be permanently banned from working with the city. My second thought, registration fees, fines are, for noncompliance are so minimal that they're practically useless. They need to be expanded. Third, I suggest the lobbyist contact log that they're proposing would be modeled after the one in Fort Lauderdale. I've spoken with some attorneys down there, which it's online. It allows lobbyists to contact, input information on the computer, gives it access to the citizens, which is very good. I had a few other things I think I'd like to see included in addition to these. The campaign managers and lobbyists should not be allowed to receive city contracts. Using city contracts to pay off campaign supporters is a problem. Lobbyists and city vendors must meet minimal ethical legal standards. They can't have been involved in financial fraud. Lobbyists and city vendors who engage in honest services fraud, financial fraud, should be permanently banned. And more specifically, embezzlement, theft, forgery, bribery, these are serious offenses. Number 4, city employees and vendors should be financially rewarded for submitting original information that exposes unethical and illegal activity. 5, no bid contracts. It has to stop. It's simple. The CRA and Blueprint should be subject to the same requirement as other city programs. They handle a lot of our money, and we need to be there.
You're at about 20 seconds.
Thank you. City commissioners should not be allowed to be employed by city vendors, businesses, organizations. The city should use its in-house real estate team when buying and selling real estate and not go ahead and be paying real estate fees, commissions. City commissioners should be required to use their own phones that are assigned to them, not burner phones, as Scott Maddox has done in the past. And periodic audits should be made of commissioners and senior staff texts and emails and should be conducted by the Ethics Board and the auditor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
No other speakers
All right,
on this item.
let's go back to Commissioner dialogue. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to commend, and I'm going to call him Dwight because we've known each other for a long time. As a matter of fact, our relationship goes, I have a better relationship with his wife because my daughters took music lessons from his wife, Patrice, at Javasia Arts Conservatory. And if you are not familiar with what she does, it's phenomenal, the work that she does with those kids and the performances that they do. But anyway, I want to commend you, Dwight, for the work that you've done. You have come on board and brought some stability and credibility to our independent ethics board. And I always make a point to say independent ethics board because that's what 60% of the voters who voted expected was and voted for was an independent ethics board. And you have come on board and made that happen and added credibility not only to the position but the board itself and working with them to come up with a strategic plan and a way of work and advisory opinions. And I think that when you suggest that 98% of the employees had taken the ethics training, it suggests that the city manager and his leadership team are serious about changing the culture in the city of Tallahassee with respect to ethics. And I think we see that happening and will continue to happen. We have learned our lesson. from what happened in this one incident, and that we have a tremendous staff with the City of Tallahassee, the leadership team, all the way down to the just about 3,000 employees that we have with the city. They understand that the commission and the leadership team are serious about our commitment to ethics and making sure that the culture of this organization reflects that. And so we look forward to continuing to work with you all. I have suggested that all things ethics should come through the independent ethics board, because that's what the citizens of Tallahassee, I believe, expect. It's what I expected when I voted for the independent ethics board. And so we look forward to working with you all in that capacity to assure the citizens of the City of Tallahassee that when it comes to our organization, we're serious about ethics and the behavior of each and every employee of this city. And so thank you for what you've done, and we certainly look forward to your continued progress in that role. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Floyd. I just had one question. Would you be able to give a high-level overview of the ordinance recommendations passed by the board this year?
We can't, and I would, John, I'm going to bring the author and let him give a quick synopsis, and it'll be a quick synopsis because my understanding is that there'll be a workshop in the future.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members, staff. My name is John Reed. I'm the board attorney for the Tallahassee Independent Ethics Board. We have drafted some recommendations that we have brought to you for your review and consideration. We've divided them into two groups. One is dealing with the issue of lobbyist definitions. We felt just provide a clear definition to prevent anybody from getting tripped up with what the ordinance provided on what a lobbying definition was and what a lobbyist actually was. I think previously it was if you lobbied, you were a lobbyist. If you were a lobbyist, you were lobbying, and it was circular in nature, and we wanted to provide specific definitions of what that was, as well as exemptions, so people that might be just concerned advocates in the community wouldn't get caught up and have to file for registration. We also we simply codified the registration process, which has already been conducted by the Treasurer Clerk's Office, as well as requiring a contact log, which is done in some jurisdictions where the burden rests with the lobbyist to record when and where they meet with members of a city commission and what they discuss. We also included a ban on contingency fees. That's something the Florida legislature does for lobbyists that appear before the legislature only. That was an issue that our board discussed in great detail, and we felt that was an issue worth putting to this commission to decide whether it was worthwhile. And then the public website, again, is the issue dealing with the registration of lobbyists. And that, like I said, is something the Treasurer Clerk's already doing an exceptional job. We simply codify it. It may be completely unnecessary. There are some other issues that I don't need to get into today, because once we do that, we would have to probably amend the charter if we wanted to go any further than that, and we could discuss that on another day. The other issue that's been brought to your attention is some issues dealing with the misuse of public position and disclosure or use of non-public information. These are already prohibited acts within the city's ethics code, kind of like you get a car, you take it for a test drive, you see what works, what doesn't. This commission passed the most robust ethics code within the entire state of Florida, and you should be commended for that accomplishment. We've gotten through and we found some areas that work and some areas that we felt could be improved, and this was something that we just had to get out and give it a try. One issue was the misuse of public position. That's something that is in the state code. It was previously in the city code. We redefined it, and we wanted to ensure that we didn't cast a net so wide that we inadvertently drew people in to doing something wrong. I think an example is we wrote a stronger prohibition than is at the state. At the state, you have to show that there's some type of intent. They use the term corruptly in the state statute. We don't use that here. But you, as elected officials and public officials, are going to provide services to the community, and somebody will benefit for that. And the way the ordinance was written, it said that somebody would benefit, and it didn't say that there had to be some wrongful act or something that would, under your common sense standard, which we've been applying, and we felt it would be better just to make that very clear that nobody should be penalized for doing their job and just providing good service to the constituents here in Tallahassee. So we want to just clarify that and make sure that nobody got in any issues there. There was a scrivener's error in the penalty section, which we also mentioned should be cleaned up. And then the misuse of public information. There was some pronouns that didn't necessarily match, so we wanted to make sure that it was very clear who fell within the jurisdiction. This is not a provision that applies to simply public officials and appointed officials, but all employees, anybody with the city that has access to information that general members of the public don't have access to, they can't use that to benefit themselves. And that was something that was always intended to apply to all city employees. The way the ordinance was drafted, it was kind of unclear, and we just wanted to clarify that. So those are the issues that are currently before this commission. We may want to come back at some point for a workshop. I think we did that in the last time, and be more than happy to come back again.
Excellent.
So thank you.
Commissioner Matlow, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the update. Yeah, and I do believe we've already decided to host a workshop, and that's when we'll be taking these up. Is that accurate? Yeah. Thank you.
I'll be here. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Floyd, I have a few questions for you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
What avenue, could you explain to me, is there for concerned citizens? You know, we're receiving a list of suggestions for these to be evaluated by the board, if any.
Just like they come to you all and come to your meetings, they can come and present them to the board, and the board can consider them. They can call, they can talk to me, and I can create a synopsis and present that to the board. Either way, the board can get this information.
Okay, thank you. And what avenue, if any, do you think is appropriate if a commissioner wants to raise an issue for consideration to the ethics board?
Ask us.
Okay.
Ask us.
Okay. And what is the process for that consideration?
Well, it's just like any topic. Once we, and this is anybody that has a concern, we'll look at it. I'll probably have a discussion with the board attorney, because a lot of times there are legal issues that people don't generally think about. And we will, at a minimum, present that topic to the board, and they'll determine the amount of discussion based on information that we present.
Thank you. And what is your preferred forum for discussing the recommendations that the board has made?
Well, I think to a great degree, I do think it's left up to the commission, because the way the city ordinance is written, we make the recommendation, but the decision is in the hands of the city commission. So we're open to whatever approach they want to take to it, because the city commission ultimately has to make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I believe that's it. Thank
right.
you.
Thank
And
you
again,
all.
Thanks for all the hard work that you're doing.
Yeah, great job.
Really appreciate it. All right, Mr. Manager, we are on the consent agenda. Have any items been pulled from consent?
No, sir.
Do we have any speakers on consent, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Move consent.
Second.
Been probably moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on 11.01. Mr. Manager, Commissioner Williams-Cox, you've been designated to introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I also want to go ahead and say thank you to the city manager, deputy city manager, and assistant city managers and staff for this opportunity. I brought to you several meetings ago an idea that had come from someone in the community to rename or name a park between the Riley House and Cascades for Mrs. Altamise Barnes. And for those who know Ms. Barnes, she is a very gentle, very effective person, and she has worked tirelessly in our community to retain and keep our history current. And if you want to get on her bad side, then mess with our history, and she will gently correct you. And so here's an opportunity to honor someone. You know, many times we wait until people are no longer with us to do this, but I'm hoping that we will tonight do this while she is yet with us to be able to enjoy this. She is responsible, and you'll see her fingerprints all over Tallahassee and state of Florida, and even nationally, because she did hold a national position under the Obama administration in the area of museums. But a little known history fact is that when Cascades Parks was being planned and discussed, there were meetings held way back when on Saturday mornings at Department of Transportation. Ms. Barnes was there. She was there providing information, getting questions answered, and she has followed this project. And she was there to make sure that Smoky Hollow was not forgotten, and that it was, they knew, had the information, knew where to find the information regarding Smoky Hollow. And she worked with several folks, including Mr. Lawrence, who is also no longer with us. And so I just believe that it is fitting that we honor her, not because she asked us, because she did not ask for this. And I told her, we're not giving you anything, you've earned it. And so I believe that it is with honor that we should consider and approve the naming of the park at Smoky Hollow, the Altamise Pemberton Barnes Park at Smoky Hollow. And I hope my colleagues will.
I will come back to you for a motion in just a second. Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments on this item?
No, sir.
All right. Would you start us? Mr. Sims, please join us at the podium, and if you'll fill the card out afterwards, that'd be great. Mr. Clark's office probably has it somewhere in transit between outside and in, but we'll make sure that we have that. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. College of Love and Charity. We gather round that noble throne. We lift our voice and praise to thee. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but Miss Altamise Barnes do. Researching our history now is sexy. It wasn't sexy when she was. I told someone one time, you can measure leader by development of leadership. Let me just throw this in. NAACP raising a little money this month. Y'all ain't gay. I told Dimitri College, I say, if I'm dead and you can't find me, get in touch with Dimitri Holland, because he can find me. Because he has worked under the leadership of Miss Altamise Barnes. No, we're not giving her nothing. It's hard to give a black woman something of this stature. This is not the giving stage here for a black woman. A poem. It might be tight, but it's right. So I stand in solidarity of all of those unknown African Americans that are still yet to be found. We give honor in the capital city to a woman while the blood is yet running warm in her veins. that now, as she continues to teach, she can add to her lesson plan. In my closing, a man is born. Lord help me today. I'm plenty of trouble. But I'm glad to see this body celebrate in the middle of a pandemic that affects African Americans 3 times worse. Now, that ain't your fault. That's just reality.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. Do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, we do have one other speaker, Mary Maisha Mitchell. And at this
Mitchell,
point-
thank you so much for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, I'm Mary Maisha Mitchell at 1009 Ellington Court in Tallahassee, 32304. I stand today to tell you, please do not move forward with this. I love Altamise dearly. She's a friend. We grew up together, went to school together for that matter. I am a resident of Smoky Hollow. We come from a long tradition of people who grew up there, who struggled there, and did the work alongside Altamise to make sure that we had the Cascade Park in place, thanks to Blueprint 2000. Starting this work back in 2007, my aunt, who's now deceased, and many of the people who are on that committee are no longer with us today. And so for me, it's a personal thing to say that this is for all the people in Smoky Hollow. Those folks who now are ancestors who worked hard to make this happen as well. To have that name for one person, which is not how we roll. We tend to have more communal thinking in our families and community, where everybody gets credit, everybody gets recognized for what they've contributed. In this case, Smoky Hollow was a communal of neighbors, of people, extended families who shared things together. And to say that we put a name to this for one individual is just not the right way to go. And so I ask you today to really reconsider. Altamise has done great work. There's no doubt about that. She's done great work with that Briley House, and I applaud that effort. So maybe we can find a way to recognize that work. But the Smoky Hollow work and the people who live there deserve to have Smoky Hollow name remembered. Because what'll happen in 10 years from now, people won't know it as Smoky Hollow anymore. And time goes on, it will be Altamise's Park. That is not what we want to see. And I'm saying we, because I speak for several people who've called me long distance, who couldn't be here today, from all over this country, who grew up in Smoky Hollow, and want it to be named what we put out there in the very beginning, Smoky Hollow. It is now in the Library of Congress. That is where it belongs, and the name should stay there and here in Tallahassee as a memorial to the people who lived and worked and gave so much to this community. So thank you so much for your efforts in bringing that forward, and I hope that we will recognize Altamise for sure, because she was a true leader in this effort. But as a historian, we watch these things often in our community. Our story gets told through our voices, and yet the people who have told the story, who write the story, do not actually hear the voices of the people who put the story there. So let's remember, these stories, Altamise captured them pretty well. I would say that. She's done a great job as a historian.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. But the history is made by the people. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mitchell, thank you very much. Any other comments on this item?
Mayor, none that I have unless someone brought in a form while Ms. Mitchell was speaking.
All right.
And
Commissioner Williams-Cox, I'm coming back to you.
Okay, let me provide some, and Mr. City Manager, if Ashley could come forward to help me. This is not to rename Smoky Hollow. Not at all. There's a commemorative park between the Riley House and Cascades That is what we're speaking of. We're not trying to undo the work that was done at Smoky Hollow. So Ashley, could you please help explain the actual location of the proposed park that we're looking to rename?
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely correct. We are absolutely not proposing to rename Smoky Hollow. You could not rename Smoky Hollow. We are trying to recognize the efforts that Altamese put into establishing the park, part of Cascades Park, where all of the remembrance areas are for Smoky Hollow, the barber shop, the spirit houses. This area of the park would not have been there had it not been for her coming forward and working to establish that area. And it's simply that corner, if you will, of Cascades Park that we want to acknowledge and recognize as naming that little piece of the park in her honor. Absolutely not changing anything to do with Smoky Hollow.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that we said that loud and clear for those who may be watching and may have been thinking that. And I think that our agenda item spelled that out pretty clearly. So we sometimes get a lot of misinformation, but I wanted to make sure that we were clear. Smoky Hollow is not being renamed. It is simply the portion of that Ashley just mentioned that happened because of the efforts of one, Ms. Altamese Barnes. And I know she didn't do it alone. She had help. But, and again, she's not asking for this. We are trying to do this while she can enjoy it and not do it after she's gone on to greater things. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will understand that we're not renaming Smoky Hollow. That's never been proposed. We're simply wanting to put a name on a park for a lady who did a lot of the work to make sure that there was a park.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah. I think that Commissioner Williams-Cox has explained it pretty well, and I would just say that certainly Smoky Hollow it was a much larger area than what we're talking about for the park, Maisha, and so there will be no effort on anyone's part to rename that entire area that was at the time Smoky Hollow. Simply this area, and most of it is confined, if I understand correctly, to underneath the overpass, the Highway 27 overpass. And so that's what we're renaming or naming to honor Altamese and all the work that she has done on behalf of preserving and protecting African-American history and culture in this community and throughout the state of Florida and nation. And I would second the motion if Mr. Williams-Cox.
I move acceptance of staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox makes the motion for option number 1, which is the staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further discussion? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question, and I'm comfortable moving forward, but I wonder if it's a discussion we can have after this about what more we can do to include the people that you're discussing, Ms. Maisha, in that effort, because I hear what you're saying, and if that is a discussion that we can have after this, I would love to be a part of that and see what we can do. So thank you for bringing that perspective.
Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are moving on to item 11.02.
Mayor?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I'll take this item, Mayor. This 1102 involves appointments to your environmental board. They are listed in the agenda item. October 31st is the termination date for terms on that board. And so this item recommends reappointment of Katie Britt Williams and then appointment of 3 individuals to begin service. Those individuals are listed: Richard Junior, Elizabeth Payne, and Jair Mehta. So the recommendation is to appoint those 4 individuals.
Wonderful.
Move staff recommendation.
I'm sorry. Is there any comment on these?
No, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
Move
sorry.
staff recommendation on option 1.
Probably moved by Commissioner Richardson for staff recommendation, which is the appointments as
Second.
listed, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We're on item number 11.03.
Mayor, this item involves the appointment of a member to the Citizens Police Review Board. Actually, it's the mayor's appointee, as has been our process. Even when there are appointments by individual members of the city commission, we bring them to you and the public. So the recommendation is to recognize, for the commission to recognize the appointment of Patrick S. O'Brien to a term on the Citizens Police Review Board.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we do. We have one speaker on this item, Stanley Sims.
Excellent. Mr. Sims, your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Still at 1320 Avondale Way. Mr. Mayor, I'm really raising two issues here. I attended the subcommittee of the Police Review Board, and I pray I'm not overpronouncing that. There is a real need for greater education of what is the specific role of this board. I want to give a real shout out to Mr. Sutton, who allowed me to kind of go over the little 3-minute and really break down to me that, and I don't want to overspeak, that there is a, let me say it this way, Mayor, that there's a perception that greater oversight is not there, but it is there. I just think that we have to do a better job in messaging a credible claim being heard by credible people. In 3 minutes, this is challenging, because I have another point. And the reason what it's brought this issue to me as an issue of concern is of the disinformation, are we needing to do a better job at informing our citizens. The function of this board is because, again, of another incident regarding our police chief at a religious function. I don't have a heaven or a hell to put him in. But I do know as an elected official, that is not something you can turn on and turn off. And this is not the first incident. The angry eight. Am I qualified to be an angry eight? When I'm in trouble, do I have to go through those uncomfortable feelings of whether or not I'm going to be treated like an angry eight? I explained to the ethics board, in this current environment, how these things really matter. And Commissioner Matlow, honestly, this was one of those times, Dennis, that I didn't like the answer, but I understood it. And that's as important, because if we can understand it, then now I know how to fix it.
You have 20 seconds remaining.
And so I'm asking you as city commissioners, our police chief owes us a public statement. To the gay community, I don't even want to try those letters. Muslim community, there is a need for a public statement, and stop letting time pass so that we will forget and move on to something else.
You're at 3 minutes.
Accountability needs to be made.
Thank you, Mr. Sims. The item before us is my appointment to the Police Review Board. I am happy to report that Mr. Napier is doing well and recovering nicely. He will be missed on the board, and I appreciate him serving for the time that he was able to do so physically. But my recommendation is Patrick O'Brien.
I would
I'll
move.
second that well, go ahead. You gonna make a motion?
You want to make it?
You can make it, I'll
Okay.
second it.
I would move staff recommendation for the appointment of Patrick O'Brien to the Citizen Police Review Board.
Thank you.
I would second that.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on 11.04. Okay, folks, let me tell you how we are going to do this today, because we have many, many speakers for 11.04. It is 3:50. We're going to go ahead and begin. We'll do the introduction of the item. We'll go directly into public comment. By law, we have publicly advertised a public hearing at 5 o'clock, and we have 2 items, okay? So no matter where we are, and we'll probably be somewhere in public comment, we will come to a stop at 5. We will take up these 2 issues, which by law we have to, because we advertised for 5 o'clock. And then when those 2 issues are over, we'll immediately go right back to where we were on 11.04 and pick up wherever we left off. Commissioners, after we get done with 11.04, I do intend to take a small break before we come back for the rest of the business before the commission. So we'll start 11.04. We'll go as far as we possibly can. We will stop at 5 o'clock for the public hearing. We will take up the 2 items on the public hearing. We will come back and finish up 11.04, and then we'll take a small break before we move on. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So, Mr. Manager, will you go ahead, or excuse me, Madam Attorney, will you go ahead and introduce the item?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 11.04 is the approval of resolution number 21-R-30 supporting reproductive health care. At the September 8, 2021 City Commission meeting, the City Commission directed the City Attorney to prepare a resolution supporting legislative efforts to protect citizens' rights to reproductive health care, including abortion. Resolution is attached for discussion and is consistent with the type of resolution approved previously by the City Commission, which involves state and federal legislative matters. Commission direction is recommended.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers, both in-house and online, do we have on this item?
At this point, I have 33 speakers here in chambers, and I have 4 who have connected virtually. There were a couple of others who registered, but they had not connected at the time we started this meeting.
Wonderful. Folks, I understand that passions run high on this issue. I'm asking everybody to please be as civil as possible when delivering your remarks. And if we could, try to stick to the 3-minute rule as much as we possibly can. We have a lot of speakers, and we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to be heard on this issue. With that, Mr. Clerk, will you begin public comment?
Yes, Mayor, I will. I will also add, our earlier speakers are all well familiar with our processes, but just to be clear, each speaker has 3 minutes. There is a light almost directly in front of the mayor that will be green when your time begins. It will turn yellow or amber at 30 seconds. I will attempt to give you a heads up at that point as well, but also try not to interrupt your remarks too much. And then that will turn red, and I will also let you know when you've hit 3 minutes. So with that, our first speaker is Lauren Brenzel, and then Bill Bowling.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lauren Brenzel. I'm not going to give my address on the record. You've had some pretty scary folks come in here and talk about this issue. But I do want to start off by saying thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mayor, for taking up this issue today. I know that for a commission, this has to be a difficult issue to take up. This is not what y'all are used to working on. You should be able to focus on local issues, but unfortunately, the opposition has made it so that we can't be silent right now, right? Our school boards are being stacked with individuals who are trying to ban sex ed in schools. We are seeing people pass local resolutions to actually ban abortion in Lubbock, Texas. Patients have not been able to get care because of these bans, and they're bringing them to Florida. And we need people to be loud and proud on access to safe and legal healthcare right now. So I want to thank you for taking this vote today, and I look forward to the results. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Bill Bowling, followed by Susie Bowling.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Bill Bowling, 1500 Harbor Club Drive, Tallahassee, 32308. I wish to speak against this proclamation because it is a euphemism for supporting abortion. Roe v. Wade was passed in 1973, and the technology for viewing the inside of the womb was primitive. As public knowledge grew, we learned the heartbeat began at 4 weeks and brainwaves started at 6. One of the most prolific abortionists was Bernard Nathanson, MD. He was founding member of the National Abortion Rights Action League, NARAL, and performed thousands of abortions. Dr. Nathanson began to have his doubts about the procedure as he realized he was terminating pregnancies. In another wing of the hospital, physicians were performing amazing intrauterine surgeries to repair defects and promote the lives of unborn children. Viewing an abortion using ultrasound was a prime motivator to reverse his position on the topic completely. Apparently, he began his career as an atheist, moved on to become an agnostic, and eventually became a Christian. At some point, he renounced the procedure and his involvement in the abortion movement. This pattern of spiritual growth was followed by other members of the abortion industry, including Norma Jean McCorvey, the woman whose case was used to pass Roe v. Wade, Carol Everett, former abortion clinic owner, and Abby Johnson, former director of Planned Parenthood. Abortion is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and Planned Parenthood is the largest provider in the country. Operation Veritas recently exposed Planned Parenthood on video for selling aborted baby parts. According to Judicial Watch, the FDA has even been caught up in this madness. Using the Freedom of Information Act, they determined the FDA purchased $60,000 of fetal parts from a fetal tissue provider called Advanced Bioscience Resources. They even specified the tissues must be fresh and never frozen. Abortion has always been a stain on our nation. As the revealed science proved to Dr. Nathanson, life begins in the womb. It should also be clear to all reasonable and intelligent people. Also, the scriptures of the Old and New Testaments affirm this principle. Psalm 139 talks about us being knit together in the womb. In the New Testament, when Elizabeth was pregnant with John the Baptist, came into the presence of Mary, pregnant with Jesus, she explained that John leaped within her womb.
You're at 25 seconds.
Finally, the barbarism of selling baby parts should tell us it is time for our nation to abandon this practice and follow in the steps of Dr. Nathanson, Norma Jean McCorvey, Carol Everett, and Abby Johnson. I especially urge our civic leaders, particularly the city commissioners, to do the same and not add the stain of this proclamation to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Susie Bowling, followed by Bill Snyder.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Susie Bowling, and it's 1500 Harbor Club Drive, Tallahassee, 32308. The resolution today is a little different from the one that you wrote in the end of September. The end of September, it stated about the City of Tallahassee supporting, and then you changed it to the mayor and the city commissioners. Let me see. And you changed it to say, therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city commissioners support all legislative efforts to protect and strengthen Florida citizens' right to abortion, reproductive health care, etc. It doesn't sound like you're representing us anymore, because all those thousands of emails that came in September tells you what the citizens are wanting. And they want no to this. It is a stain. It further states that the mayor and city commissioners urge the Florida legislature to join other states in protecting and promoting access to reproductive health care and the fundamental right to abortion. Fundamental right to abortion. In other words, it's okay to take the life of another human being. Abortion is not a constitutional right, as stated right in the first whereas. This is simply not true. Nowhere in our Constitution does it state that a person has a right to take another person's life. Amendment 4 in our Bill of Rights states the right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, etc., protecting us from this very thing, and yet it seems to be disregarded. Like I said, last September, thousands of emails came in telling you what the citizens wanted. And it's very clear, and yet on your own webpage, because I looked that up, I wanted to see, what you said, And it said the city leadership, you state, as your city commission, we are elected to serve you, the citizens of Tallahassee. And yet, are you ignoring those thousands of emails? You're being paid to serve us, not yourselves. And we're very clear about this, that we don't want this to pass. If you vote yes on this, then you're clearly indicating not to represent the citizens of Tallahassee.
You're at 30
who care
seconds.
about, thank you, life on all levels. And your job description to serve us, the cities of Tallahassee. You're going back on your word on that, on your oath to the Constitution as an elected official to uphold the life of its citizens. You were elected to serve us, the citizens of Tallahassee, and in your words, and this is a quote, to honor public trust through ethical behavior. Please honor our trust. Please behave ethically.
You're at 3 minutes.
Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Bill Snyder, and then Tony Charlariello.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bill Snyder, 925 Hiawatha Farms Road, Monticello, Florida.
Hey, Bill.
27 October 2021. This proposed resolution favoring abortion does not represent all Tallahassee City residents, nor does it represent a majority. In fact, most residents reject late-term abortion, and many oppose abortion altogether. Tallahassee has many life-affirming pregnancy help and information agencies. This proposed resolution favoring abortion should be rejected. I support Florida Voice for the Unborn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tony Charlariello, and he will correct the pronunciation of his name, and then Chase Cohey will follow.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tony Charlariello. You said that very well. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Commissioners, for the work that you do for our city and for representing the values and interests of our citizens. Thank you for drafting this important resolution in support of legislative action to protect comprehensive reproductive health care. It is imperative that women have access to safe and affordable prenatal and postpartum care. However, I reject the inclusion of abortion services as part of this resolution on the grounds that abortion is not health care, but instead denies basic human rights to preborn humans. When legal protections have been removed from an entire class of people, resulting in the widespread extermination of that group, that is nothing less than a crime against humanity. Since 1973, more than 62 million Americans have died by abortion. That's 62 million people whose voices have been silenced, 62 million people who were never given a chance to live their lives, 62 million people who have been denied the right of self-determination to say, what about my body and my rights? The resolution states that abortion is safe, but it is not safe for the preborn humans that will be exterminated during this procedure. In fact, the abortion is the only medical procedure that has a 100% death rate. This is not health care. It is a crime against humanity. The resolution states that abortion benefits minorities and people of color. I was deeply saddened to learn that the leading cause of death for Black Americans is abortion. More than AIDS, violent crime, accidents, cancer, and heart disease combined. Abortion is not health care. It is a crime against humanity. The resolution states that abortion is a critical component of a person's health and dignity, but at the same time would deny the health and dignity of the preborn human who will die. Every human has a fundamental right to life, regardless of whether they are preborn or postborn. Every abortion ends the life of a genetically distinct human being, not a clump of cells, not a product of conception, but a living human being. Is this the best that we can do to help women who are faced with an unexpected pregnancy? On behalf of the more than 62 million citizens of this nation who were unable to be here today because of their voices being silenced because of abortion, I implore the City Commission to either amend this resolution to remove any support for abortion services or strike it down completely.
You're at 25 seconds.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Chase Cohey, followed by Linda Bell.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Chase Cohey. I live in Arbor Hill. I am a husband, a father, and most significantly, a follower of the Lord Jesus Christ. Several years ago, I was sitting in a classroom, and the professor asked us if we could name something that was legal and yet immoral. And I must confess that at the time I was too cowardly to give the answer that was in my mind. The answer that I should have given is that the premier example of that which is legal and yet immoral is abortion. Abortion is not only immoral, it is sinful, it is wicked, it is wrong, it is vile, it is repugnant, because it involves the slaughter of those made in God's image. It is a sin to have an abortion. You don't need for me to rehearse again what science has taught us regarding the unborn child. As we have already heard, at 8 weeks, all organs are functioning, including a nervous system and a brain. At 8 weeks, an unborn child has its own fingerprint, which includes its own DNA entirely separate from the mother. This is not the mother's body. In fact, in 50% of the cases, this is a woman's body inside of a woman's body. It is a sin to have an abortion, and it is a sin to publicly support abortion through resolutions like these. Now, those sins are sins. They are forgivable. They can be washed. They can be cleansed by Christ. But I have to say that my main concern with this resolution is not the fact that it will bring a stain upon Tallahassee, though no, undoubtedly it will. My main concern when it comes to this resolution is that for any of you who would vote yes to it, it would bring a stain upon yourself, and I don't want that for you. I want you to thrive as our mayor and commissioners, and would not want that upon you. And so I would call upon you to repent and recall this resolution. And if I can speak specifically to you, Mr. Mayor, as has already been mentioned, the only change in the resolution is the addition of your title to those who are supporting it. And I don't know you personally. In fact, you may be planning on voting against this. You do seem to me to be a very kind man. And I want the best for you as our mayor. I want you to be the best mayor that Tallahassee has ever had, the best mayor that the world has ever seen. But supporting a resolution like this would not be the way to that. And so you may already be planning on voting against it, but I would urge you to vote against it if that is not your plan. This is a watershed moment for Tallahassee. It is an opportunity for the City Commission to be the City Commission, to uphold the cause of justice and righteousness for the most weak and vulnerable. So I call upon the City Commission to not pass this resolution. I'm convinced that in several hundred years, maybe several thousand years, depending on how long it'll take, abortion will be no more, and history will look back very unfavorably upon those who voted for it. I don't want that to be the case for any of you. So please strike down this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Linda Bell, followed by Barry Webster.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Linda Bell, 19690 Crows Lane, Tallahassee. Thank you so much. I have sat where you've sat. I, in a previous life, was a mayor, a vice mayor, and a Miami-Dade County Commissioner, where my district was over 220,000 people. So I will tell you, I don't envy whatsoever what you're going through. These are tough issues, but right on the top of the resolution, it talks about reproductive health care. Abortion is anti-reproductive health care because reproduction is the reproducing of an organism, and that organism creates life. So, which takes a male and a female, two people. So this is anti-reproductive health care, so that is really incorrect title. I'm very disturbed by some of these whereases because abortion itself has its root in racism, deep root in racism, especially with Margaret Sanger, who was the founder of Planned Parenthood, who basically wanted to eliminate, and I'll get to that, where in your whereas it talks about the ability of citizens who became pregnant. The last time I checked, those citizens are women who become pregnant and they want to access safe and legal abortion. And you talk about health and dignity. There is no dignity in having an abortion. I know this well as independence. You relate abortion to independence, freedom, social and economic equality. Why do we tell women that in order to be equal, they must kill their unborn child? Why do we tell women that to be socially equal and have economic equality, that they cannot handle an unborn child? Why are we denigrating women to that level and saying you cannot handle an unborn child? I am the product of a mother who had 6 children she raised by herself, and she raised us with great dignity. You also say that, it's just very telling. You also talk about, whereas the impact of abortion restriction is predominantly felt by those who already experience barriers, including young people. Let me translate young people: minors, children. In fact, the lobbyist who approached the commissioner on this bill vehemently opposed parental consent legislation, and I'm not a lobbyist. I don't get paid to promote life. I represent Florida Right to Life, but I do it for free because I really care. Pro-life pregnancy centers are also attacked in here. They do what they do for free, and we're attacking them. But why are we attacking and saying that women of color and poor women and disabled women will be better off with abortion? Why don't we offer women a way to choose life and say, here, the only way that you can exist as a whole woman is by letting someone else take the life of your unborn child? I've never yet met a woman who said, I had an abortion because I had a choice, but I've met plenty of women who said I had an abortion because I felt I had no other choice. Let's help women choose life. This is not the answer. This is anti-reproduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is...
Clerk, our next speaker.
I'm sorry. Next speaker is Barry Webster, and then Barry Monroe.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and city commissioners and city leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Actually, I speak in opposition to Resolution 21R30. My name is Barry Webster, and I reside at 350 Milestone Drive right here in Tallahassee, and I'm a husband, a father, a businessman, and a longtime resident and voter here in Tallahassee. And I stand opposed to this for 3 key reasons. One is I believe this is outside the commission's purview. I believe, as talgov.com website states, your mission is that you want Tallahassee to be the national leader in the delivery of public service. You also state that your vision for Tallahassee is to a creative capital city that supports a strong community with vibrant neighborhoods, an innovative economic and educational hub, serving diverse and passionate people, protecting our natural resources, and preserving our unique character. Given this stated goal, you guys' stated goal, I believe that this is really outside where you really need to be focused. And if you focus on delivering excellent public service and addressing some of the key issues in our town, and I'm not going to go into those right now, but addressing the key issues, I think that would be great. And you guys, thank you for your service, because doing this is not easy. But I believe this is an area where you're outside your purview. It's divisive. It's asking the state legislature to do something that we really shouldn't be going into. It's divisive, and it does not represent your constituents well. So that's key reason number one. Second reason for why I oppose this is that, actually, I believe it's technically inaccurate. It does, your first whereas does state that abortion is a constitutional right, and it is not in the Constitution. And I encourage you to go search the Constitution for the word abortion. You will not find it. So it is not a constitutional right. Your fifth whereas talks about it being the safest medical procedure, which I object to that premise in that it is the ending of a human life in that procedure. And so that is definitely not safe. On the page 2 of your resolution, it says, be it further resolved that abortion is a fundamental right. And that leads me to the third reason why I oppose this, and that is that abortion is not a fundamental right. As stated so eloquently in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life is the first and foremost right because it's the bedrock of our society. And we cannot have that vibrant city, that innovative
You're at 3
Tallahassee,
minutes.
unless we stand for life. Please oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Barry Monroe, and then Ashley Crosby.
Monroe, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Barry Monroe. I reside at 1248 Halifax Court, and I thank you for bringing this resolution. I thank you for bringing this resolution forward to vote for reproductive rights and the health care of those who choose to do what they want with their own bodies, with their own body autonomy. And I thank you for this. I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next is Ashley Crosby. Ashley Crosby, followed by Riley Landy.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for having me. Ashley Crosby, Tallahassee, Florida, 32312. I came today to voice my opposition to the resolution on reproductive health care that the City Commission is supporting. If you support the legislative efforts to, quote, protect and strengthen Florida citizens' right to health care, including abortion, you're basically championing and condoning the horrific, grotesque murder of the most innocent of our society, an unborn child made in the image of God. Reproductive health care is a euphemism for killing an unborn child. I find it ironic that people are so passionate about a woman's right to be protected and strengthened under legislative efforts, while at the same time being equally as passionate about killing another human being to ensure those so-called rights. Just because the child is unborn doesn't mean he or she should not have a choice on whether they want to live or not. Just because they are small and dependent on their mother for nourishment and growth does not mean their life should be taken. Children outside the womb depend on parents for basic needs, care, and nourishment, so the location of the child is irrelevant. You believe it's okay to murder a 1-week-old, a 1-month-old, or a 1-year-old? I'm assuming your response would be no, because that's murder. In the same regard, taking the life of an innocent unborn baby is murder. Also ironic is the term reproductive health care. Health care is defined as, quote, the maintenance and improvement of physical and mental health, especially through the provision of medical services. I'd love to be enlightened on your perspective for how killing a baby is providing that baby with health care. How is dismembering them, injecting them with poison to stop their heart beating, which, by the way, the combination of chemicals that's used in the needle that goes through a woman's abdomen and into the heart of the baby in her womb is the same chemical combination used in lethal injections for convicted murderers on death row, and vacuuming out of their temporary safe haven. How is that maintaining and improving their physical and mental health? Doesn't the baby have a right to be given the best possible health care while they are in the womb, continuing on after they are born? The baby is not just nothing, or else you wouldn't have to kill the baby to get rid of them. The baby has a separate DNA from the mom, so they are two separate people.
You're at 30 seconds.
Who are we to deem it permissible to literally kill someone for the purpose of providing so-called reproductive health care for someone else? It's my sincerest prayer and hope that you consider these questions before signing your name in support of legislation that is heinous, cruel, disgusting, and criminal. Abortion is one of the most tragic issues facing society today. I came today to speak for the least of these, the most vulnerable of society, the truly oppressed, voiceless, unborn baby. Because my faith and belief in the truth that we are all made in the image of God, and I hope you vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Riley Landy, and then Tim Trask will follow.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Riley Landy. I live at 7309 Hollis Street in Tallahassee. I'm here to urge you to vote no on this resolution supporting abortion. Modern science in the form of ultrasound technology, embryology, and genetics shows that from the moment of conception, there's a distinct person in existence. She's not just a part of her mother's body. She's not a parasite. She's a human being. This is clear. Is she less human than a toddler or an adult? No. Does her size, location, her race, her ability or disability, does that determine her worth as a human being? Of course it doesn't. No matter what you call it or what euphemisms such as healthcare you use, abortion terminates an innocent human being. The abortion pill deprives a developing baby of needed nutrients and blood supply, eventually stopping her heart. Sometimes the baby will then pass naturally from the mother's body. Sometimes it will be sucked out using a vacuum. In later term abortions, a doctor will inject the baby with medication meant to stop her heart before dismembering her and removing her piece by piece. Occasionally, the mother will have to endure labor and delivery of her child who's intact but already dead because of the medication purposely administered to stop this baby's beating heart. Of all of the things that you could support today, why this? Why resolve to support the elimination of innocent, voiceless human beings? Why rally behind the termination of the most vulnerable sector of our community and our city? Unborn humans are voiceless and they're defenseless. And as a citizen of this city, a mother, it's disappointing that we are even having this conversation today. Calling abortion health care or women's rights, that's popular to use those euphemisms, but that's the easy road to take today. But acknowledging that each human being has inherent value, regardless of their size, location, race, or ability, and standing up for the most vulnerable among us, that's unpopular right now. But commissioners, I urge you to abandon the easy road, the wide path. I urge you to instead take the narrow road today. Affirm and support the inherent value of all human beings, regardless of their size or location, and vote no on this resolution. Sorry, and vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tim Trask, and then Pam Olson.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tim Trask. My address is 7524 Bradfordville Road, Tallahassee, Florida 32309. I come before you today, and I recognize the weight of the decision in front of you. And I am coming to you in opposition to this resolution that has been presented, advocated for, removed from, and returned to your agenda. There's been plenty that has already been spoken about abortion and life in the womb. And I speak to you directly, not on behalf of the babies who have plenty of people who are speaking on their behalf today, but to you as our leaders who have already determined in your mind to vote yes. Your vote is a direct affront to the voice of the people. When I was in the military, we called it a kangaroo court. You had already made up your mind, and for entertainment purposes, heard from the people that you want to hear from. I came down here today believing that you guys are going to go ahead and affirm this regardless of what you hear. My hope, my prayer, that you will prove me wrong. Abortion is not only the ending of innocent life, it is the promotion of a grave injustice. The job of government is to protect life, promote life, safeguard life, not end the life of the innocent. So I demand, as a citizen, as a resident of Tallahassee under your jurisdiction, you do the right thing. Not the popular thing, not the easy thing, not as what is in your best political interest or the promotion of your personal agenda, but the hard right thing. That is to protect the life of the innocent that are in the womb.
You're at 20 seconds.
Voting no, and remaining firm in that conviction from this day forward. So help you God.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Yes, Mayor, the next speaker is Pam Olson and then Michael Pepping.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record.
Thank you. I'm Pam Olson, 3260 Mahan Drive. I wanted to let you all know, Mayor Daley and commissioners, that I pray every day for each of you for wisdom, understanding, strength, and protection. But I want to say that this resolution, number 21R30, supporting abortion, that you are putting forth is not wise at all, and it is totally unnecessary. It is deeply disturbing to many of the citizens in Tallahassee. I have worked with young women and girls as young as 12 who found themselves in unplanned pregnancies. I have talked with them as they were contemplating abortion or to keep their baby or to place their baby for adoption. I'm not sure that any of you have ever sat down and talked to young women that are in a great dilemma, or women that have had an abortion and the trauma they carry with them for the rest of their lives. In this resolution, you make a statement about the Florida laws being passed that are restricting young people's access to abortion care and has funded anti-abortion pregnancy centers. I wonder why you don't say pro-life pregnancy centers and why you're against funding them when they are helping women in need. I have been in Planned Parenthood and discussed abortion with their leaders. I have sat down for several hours with one of the abortion doctors in this city and discussed abortion with him. One of the fundamental things that I found with them all, it was the issue of money and how much they were making in doing so many abortions and how much they dislike pro-life pregnancy centers that help girls in making life-altering decisions and help many of them to keep their babies or to place them for adoption. I have met with a former abortion doctor and with those who have worked in abortion clinics thinking they were helping women and their reproductive rights. And they have realized that they were wrong and that they were murdering babies. And they have left the abortion industry. Our country has seen almost 65 million babies aborted since abortion became legal. Yes, abortion is murder. 65 million babies is more than the population of Canada and Australia combined. Think about that as you think about pushing this resolution to strengthen Florida citizens' rights to abortion, to murdering babies. Please vote no on this awful resolution. I will continue to pray for each of you for wisdom because you will have the blood on your hands of the innocent babies if you continue to stand and shout abortion rights in our capital city. I urge you to rethink this unnecessary resolution and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mayor. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Mayor. Yes, the next speaker is Michael Pepping and then Alice Ball.
Can't believe you got my name right.
Me either.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address.
My name is Mike Pepping. I live Man of War Trail 32309. In 1989, my wife and I adopted our two kids, David and Amelia. Thankfully, their single mom, aware of the fact she could not provide for them, chose adoption over killing them in her womb. David has disabilities. He will never drive a car. He cannot make quick decisions. Yet, he is the gold standard for a responsible and respectful employee at the job he has kept for over 7 years. If you own a Bible, I ask you to please dust it off and read Psalm 139. In it, God speaks about how much he loves us when we are being formed in our mother's womb. In our mother's womb, we already have a soul. We are already a person. We're already being formed in God's image. And you're saying, wipe it out. We are his wonderful creation. The problem isn't whether we agree a baby is a living being in a mother's womb. The problem is we have different fathers. We serve different lords. My Lord says, The God I serve, according to his word, says, I knew you while I was making you. You serve a Lord who glories in destruction and in death. And if you follow this line and you say that you serve the Lord Jesus Christ, he will one day call you to this crime, to what you're doing here. He will either accuse you of being a lukewarm Christian who only serves him in name and not in your deeds, but you will answer for all of these deaths that you are cheerleaders for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Alice Ball, followed by Ralph Douglas.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alice, Lake in Wonderland, and I'm not going to give my address because I don't feel safe.
You're all right.
But good afternoon. I am going to ask that you guys are patient with me. I just had surgery yesterday, so I came in anyway. I underwent a laparoscopic bilateral tubal ligation, which means I had both of my fallopian tubes removed. So I'm 25 years old, and I am now sterilized. And I did this because 3 years ago, I had a really bad ectopic pregnancy. And because of the current legislation that's in place, my doctor at the hospital couldn't give me an abortion. So I had to schedule with a clinic 3 weeks out. I heard you. No one shut up. So I couldn't have an abortion at the hospital. I went to the clinic. Turns out that a clinic abortion doesn't actually get rid of ectopic pregnancies. And I was past 8 weeks. So I did it anyway. And I started hemorrhaging blood. And the next day, I got on a plane. And I had a stomach ache and a fever of 102. And I went to an emergency room in Texas, where at 8 weeks pregnant, they gave me chemotherapy. And I underwent my second abortion for the same pregnancy. Now, 3 years later, I had to get my parts removed. I will never get to be a mother. I'll never get to have children of my own because I was denied an abortion when I needed it. It took away any possibility for me to have that in the future. So yes, an abortion is a female reproductive health care right, because I could still have children if I had an abortion in time, but I didn't. Because of current legislation, this isn't even getting into new legislation. And I'm here having to do this at 25. I get my master's degree in 6 weeks. I work for the state. I deserve to be a mother. And I don't get to have that, ever. Because as a Leon County citizen, I didn't have access to a safe abortion 3 years ago. So I had surgery yesterday to make sure that my health is safe, because it's my body that matters, not a parasitic clump of cells that was killing me.
You have 30 seconds.
I deserve to be a mom. I deserve health care. I deserve the right to decide what is good for my body and what is bad. And when I make a judgment call, when I lose 20 pounds and I'm in the emergency room and I say I need to have an abortion, that's not up for debate. I have the right to health care. I have the right to keep my own body healthy and safe. And current legislation has led to me never having children again. So this legislation is not saving babies.
You're at 3 minutes.
Ruining the opportunity for the rest of us to ever.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. President.
Ralph Douglas. Ralph Douglas, followed by Adrienne Hendricks.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ralph Douglas. My office is 1709 Hermitage Boulevard. I'm not here to speak on the merits of abortion per se. I want to talk about the document, whether that's a legitimate document that you sign. And other people are better acquainted with the issues and so forth than I am. I do, regarding the document, think that Ms. Bell made some very interesting and good comments. And because I really have three basic questions, perhaps four, depending, and most of my time will be commissioners' answers, if any, that time be extended to allow for their answers. Comments are actually short. The first thing I want to ask is, what does this document mean? It talks about fundamental rights. What does that mean? So just looking at the document quickly, my first question is, I understand what a constitutional right is, but if you get to the second paragraph, it talks about a fundamental right or a fundamental human right, and that is health care, for example. What's the definition of a fundamental right? Where does this definition of the fundamental right of human or health care come from? And is that the same as a constitutional right? Can you tell me what that means in the context of this document?
If you're looking for discussion, this is the part, we will take notes. This will be part of the discussion, I'm sure, but this is the time for us to listen to the public. It's not a back and forth. I'm sorry, I should have made that.
I'll give you the questions
didn't
then,
make that clear.
write them out, but off the cuff. Then, you know, if you can't answer these questions, you don't know what this, I don't know what this document even means to support it. I have an idea when I get to the end, and that'll be my comments. The second question is, if a parent's right for absolute control over the life or health care of their child is a right, then is there a limit on that right? And if health care is a right, fundamental human right, any of these fundamental human rights, are there limits on those rights? Because y'all are reasonable people, and we're a reasonable and peaceful society. Sometimes, like life and death, there are limitations on the rights. And when it comes to the end, asking for governmental intervention, is there a criteria on what that means? So what will you be doing with this document? The third question, and again, one of the former speakers pointed out some of these whereas paragraphs. When I got to the second to last whereas paragraph that leads into the conclusion of what you're supposed to do, something dawned on me. I don't understand this question on initial reading until I looked at it and saw that it was a setup.
You're at about 30 seconds.
When I first read it, it seems to suggest that there isn't and shouldn't be equality under the law. When I read it again and saw these different groups that were there, I was asking, well, are you encouraging more abortions among whether it's young people or rural people or disabled people? And I thought, that's disturbing. Can't mean that. Then I read through and saw this was a setup, and it means that you are supposed to discriminate on what you call a fundamental right in this document, whether that's health care or anything else. This also marks a setup. As a lawyer, as I see, we have a setup, we have a conflation between health care and abortion, we have a conflict between these groups, and we ask you, the government, to step in because of this setup conflict and to discriminate. And pardon me, while I was waiting for that answer, I used some time, but do you discriminate between what you call basic fundamental human rights? You can't.
Sir, I appreciate if you could bring your comments.
Life, liberty, due process of law are fundamental rights as well.
Thank you.
Human Rights Declaration.
Thank you, sir.
The UN Declaration on Human Rights calls life.
I'm asking you to wrap up your comments, please.
Last comment. If
Please,
you intervene,
it's been 3 minutes.
to limit human rights,
If we
that's a
could,
violation.
We need
yeah,
to stop.
thank you. We need to keep moving on. I appreciate it. Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next is Adrienne Hendricks, followed by Jerry Hendricks.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good
afternoon.
Ma'am, if you would, turn the microphone back up. I think it got pulled down, and I don't think people were able to hear outside the chamber, so thank you. It's just right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Adrienne Hendricks. By the way, thank you. My name is Adrienne Hendricks, and I live at 2329 Killarney Way, Tallahassee, 32309. My name is Adrienne Hendricks, and I'm Vice President of Save One More Now, Incorporated in Tallahassee. Dietrich Bonhoeffer is credited with these words: "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act." I'm here today not to entertain anyone, but to speak in the face of evil. Resolution number 21R30 is evil. To support the killing of babies by using politically correct terminology still sentences them and sometimes their mothers to death. I'm sorry for the young lady that just gave her testimony, but that was not because of abortion, that was because of poor medical choices. I can talk about that, but not right now today. Tallahassee needs living people to grow and thrive, and the support of abortion condemns this city
Ladies and
to
gentlemen,
its own death.
hold on, I got it, Commissioner. let's give everybody the same opportunity to speak,
I'm not
please.
finished. I'm not finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind, direct your comments.
I
please,
am
to the
I'm
commission.
directing my comments to you. I don't want to be interrupted. So I need my time back. I'm not finished. I'm going to talk fast, but I need you all to be quiet.
I'm trying to have a quiet environment so that you can provide your comments. I do appreciate it. Commissioners,
Can we remove him from the chamber?
I tell you what, we're going to take a quick 2-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to call the meeting back into order. I'm asking everybody to please take a deep breath. Let's try to be respectful of everyone and their opportunity to speak. I'm going to ask that we allow all of our speakers to have the opportunity to say what they want to say, whether we agree or disagree. And I'm here to tell you that I have no problem gaveling us out again and taking action, commissioners. But we will get through this item, and we're going to do it in a respectful manner. So, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to invite our speaker to come back to the podium, please. I was talking to the clerk, and I think we identified you were like 20 seconds in. So please go ahead and just start, and you're good.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to start from the beginning. Dietrich Bonhoeffer is credited with these words: "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act." I am here today to speak in the face of evil. Resolution number 21R30 is evil. To support the killing of babies by using politically correct terminology still sentences them, and sometimes their mothers, to death. Tallahassee needs a living people to grow and thrive, and the support of abortion condemns this city to its death as well. You have all received enough information to take an open and unbiased examination of evidence regarding the truth about all aspects of abortion, but it looks like you haven't done that. Since you don't want to hear from people, perhaps you will hear the words of God. Isaiah 1, chapter 16, verses 26 says this: "Wash yourselves, make yourself clean. Put away the evil of your doings from before my eyes. Cease to do evil. Learn to do well, seek justice, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Come now, let us reason together, says Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. If you are willing and obedient, you shall eat the good of the land. But if you refuse and rebel, you shall be devoured by the sword, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it." How the faithful city has become a prostitute. She was full of justice, righteousness lodged in her, but now murderers. Your silver has become dross, your wine mixed with water. Your princes are rebellious and companions of thieves. Everyone loves bribes and follows after rewards. They don't judge the fatherless, neither does the cause of the widow come to them. Therefore the Lord, Yahweh of armies, the mighty one of Israel says, I will get relief from my adversaries and avenge myself on my enemies. And I will turn my hand on you and thoroughly purge away your dross and take away all your tin. And I will restore your judges as at the first and your counselors as at the beginning. Afterward,
You're at 30 seconds.
Afterward, you shall be called the city of righteousness, a faithful town. I end by urging you to pull this very dangerous legislation or vote it no and never bring it up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jerry Hendricks. Jerry Hendricks is followed by Linda Burrows.
Sir, thank you for joining us. Your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Jerry Hendricks. My address is 2329 Killarney Way in Tallahassee. I'm the board president of a women's pregnancy center here in Tallahassee, also known as AWPC. Thank you for the opportunity to address Resolution 21R30. AWPC is a life-affirming, and a nonprofit ministry. It is a joy when moms considering abortion change their minds and choose life. On the flip side, we sense the grief and shame of post-abortive women. My recommendation is that the commission pull this resolution. The commission needs unbiased evidence relative to the true impact abortion has already had on the city of Tallahassee, surrounding areas, on immigrants, on people in rural areas, on people with low income, on the disabled and young people, and as written in the resolution, communities of color. Communities of color have been the target of abortion providers, and some believe African Americans have been reduced by 25% since the introduction of Roe v. Wade in 1973. This resolution further promotes the destruction of the African American race. Elections are around the corner, and I would not vote for someone who claimed to have my best interests in mind, but instead promote death to people who look like me. Psalm 24, verses 11 and 12, deliver those who are drawn away to death and those who totter to the slaughter. Hold them back from their doom. If you profess ignorance and say, behold, we did not know this, does not he who weighs and ponders the heart perceive and consider it? And he will guard your life, and he who guards your life, does not he know it? And shall he not render to you every man according to his works? We've heard a lot about my body, my choice. If you are a Christian, if you claim to be a Christian, you're not your own. For those who claim to be Christians, your body is not your own. You belong to God.
You're at 25 seconds.
Thank you. 1 Corinthians 6, 19 and 20. Do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who lives within you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You were bought with a price. So then honor God and bring glory to him in your body. Thank you so very much, and I urge you to pull this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Next speaker is Linda Burrows.
This will be our last speaker before we break for the public hearing, or maybe two more before we break for the public hearing at 5 o'clock. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to slow you down. Your name and address for the record, please. Thanks.
Linda Burrows, 4459 Charles Samuel Drive, Tallahassee. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to listen to both sides of this important but terrible debate for the life of our next generation. You will need the wisdom of Solomon to decide its truth, being right from wrong, or really good from evil. Lord, the creator of heaven and earth, tells him many times in his word, Bible, how important children are to him. It says in Psalms 127:3, behold, children are a gift from the Lord, the fruit of the womb are a reward from him. And another one in Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. I knew you before you were born. I set you apart. I appointed you the prophet of all the nations. What this tells him is not only did God form me and he knew me, he had a purpose for my life. There are many other scriptures. I'm not here to give you a Sunday school lesson. I just wish to share that I thought the unborn have a purpose in life. If they were killed, who knows what they would have done to help society. I don't understand how people are all right in the killing of the unborn. You know how an abortion is performed and they're still okay with it. They pull the baby apart piece by piece and lay the pieces on the tray like a puzzle to make sure they got it all, or suck the brain out in a partial birth. What really hurts my heart is to have the little one crying on the table and they cut its spinal cord to kill it. God also tells us not to harm his little ones. Actions do have consequences, not only for a city, state, or country, but for people individually. When we know the truth and don't obey it, God will punish us. All you have to do is look at New York and see all the abortion laws that they have put forth. God will not be mocked. He will punish all that harm his little ones. Before you make up your minds, please make sure you do what is right and not what is politically correct. I love this city and the state, and I don't want to suffer under the punishment of God. And it will happen because he has said it in his word, what he will do to those that harm them. Leviticus 20:1-5. Death by stoning is the penalty for any citizen or foreigner in the country who sacrificed their children to the god Moloch, or in our case, abortion. They have disgraced both the place where I am worshipped and my holy name, and so I will turn against them and no longer let them belong to my people. Some of you may let them go away with human sacrifices or abortion, but not me. If any of you worship Moloch or abortion, I will turn against you and your entire family. I will no longer let you belong to my people. God means what he says. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we do have time for another speaker.
Okay. The additional speaker will be Ray Burrows.
Pastor, thanks for joining us.
Ray Burrows, 4459 Charles Samuel Drive. First, let me thank each and every one of you for what you do. I know the sacrifice you have to go through, both you and your family, to be public servants. As a retired public servant myself, again, thank you for your service. Typically, when we get into these types of discussions, both sides will parade in front of you a cadre of expert witnesses. I'm not here to do that. But what I am here to do is share with you what the Word of God has to say. Now, in Psalms 139, verses 13 through 16, God says, "You created every part of me, put me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because you're to be feared. All you do is strange and wonderful. I know it with all my heart. My bones were being formed carefully, put together in my mother's womb. When I was growing in a secret place, you knew that I was there. You saw me before I was born. The days allotted to me have been recorded in your book before any of them ever began." Let's take just a moment to drill down into that just a little bit, unpack it a bit. With the marvels of modern medicine, we can do for the first time in the history of all mankind what no one else has ever been able to see except God Almighty. We can watch children being developed right from the very first heartbeat, watch their arms and legs grow, watch the newborn child learn to suck their thumbs, play with their fingers and toes. The Bible goes on to say in Jeremiah 29:11, I alone know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. Plans to bring you prosperity and not disaster. Plans to bring you the future that you hope for. Please don't rob our children of this future that they hope for. As fellow public servants, you feel your duty tonight is to deal with this resolution. What we would propose to do is direct the city attorney to go in and amend the language in the existing resolution to everywhere that it says abortion, strike that language, insert reproductive health care.
You're at 20 seconds.
I believe that that will ensure both appropriate health care for the mother as well as the unborn child as well. It'll also help heal, begin to help heal the divisiveness that this has created amongst our friends, relatives, our neighborhoods. I would submit to you as a fellow public servant that our job as public servants
You're at 3 minutes.
heal the divisiveness, not inflame it. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Okay, so it is 4:59. We're going, in just a second, go ahead and recess, which I will go ahead and recess us now. At 5 o'clock, I will bring us in to the public hearing. We have 2 items on the public hearing. Madam Attorney, you'll walk us through the public hearing, and if we have any speakers, Mr. Clerk, you'll let us know. After we deal with the 2 issues on public hearing, then we will recess out, go back into the City Commission meeting, and we'll pick up right where we left off with public comment. I'm sorry for the disturbance, but this was advertised by law, and we have to take up the public hearing at 5 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, I call the public hearing to order. We are now on item 15.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 21-0-32, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, City Commission amending Chapter 21, Article 11 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, by deleting Section 21-492 entitled Burning Permits, amending Chapter 10, Article 1 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee, to create Section 10-2 entitled Burn Permits, providing for conflict, severability, and an effective date, The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 21-0-32. City of Tallahassee regulations relating to outdoor burning are codified in Chapter 21, Article 11, Utilities Chapter, Solid Waste Collection and Disposal Division, and require obtaining a permit to openly burn wood material or vegetation. On September 8, 2021, the City Commission approved revising the ordinance language to delegate all permitting authority for outdoor burning to the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, the Florida Forest Service Division, for citizens' ease of compliance. This will be accomplished by amending the Code of General Ordinances to remove from Chapter 21, Article 11, Solid Waste Collection and Disposal Division, an ordinance relating to outdoor burning permits, and create Section 10-2 within Chapter 10, Fire Protection and Prevention, to regulate outdoor burning. The ordinance was introduced at the October 13, 2021 meeting, and Fire Department staff is available to address any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I do not have any speakers on this item. I checked at the break when we recessed for a few moments, so unless we see someone...
Anyone here that'd like to speak on this item? Anyone here that'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to commission direction.
Move staff recommendation.
Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox properly moves staff recommendation for option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 15.02. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 21-Z-25, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating and including additional territory located on 9.14 acres at 5701 and 5723 Thomasville Road as in City of Tallahassee Residential Preservation 2, RP2, from Leon County Residential Preservation RP on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, adopted and established by the City Commission, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, to conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 21-Z-25, thereby amending the official zoning map from the Leon County Residential Preservation RP zoning district to the City of Tallahassee RP2 zoning district, based upon the findings of fact, conclusions of law of the Planning Commission, the information set forth in the agenda item, and any evidence which may be submitted at the hearing hereon.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Do we have anyone here that'd like to publicly comment on this item? Anyone here that'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's go to commission direction. Comment?
Move staff recommendation on option number 1, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richardson appropriately moves option number 1, staff recommendation. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Is there any other business to come before us at the public hearing, Madam Attorney?
No, there is no further business.
I think we just broke a record. It is 5:04. All right, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing. Call back into order the City Commission meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate y'all taking that small break for us as we went through the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, as we continue on, can you give us a snapshot of where we are with public comment?
Yes, Mayor, we have about 13 or 14 speakers remaining here, and then I believe we have 5 who have connected virtually. So we'll take the speakers here first and then move to those virtual.
Okay, excellent. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is John Harris Maurer, followed by Delilah Pierre.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
John Harris Maurer, 201 East Park Avenue. My name is John Harris Maurer. I'm a Tallahassee resident and the Public Policy Director for Equality Florida. Equality Florida respectfully urges you to adopt this resolution on reproductive health care, including abortion. Equality Florida is dedicated to securing full equality for the LGBTQ community. We recognize that reproductive freedom and LGBTQ equality are causes in common. Both are based on foundational principles about freedom from government intrusion into our most intimate decision-making. Whether that decision is about who can join together to form a family or how, when, and whether you form a family, those are personal freedoms to be exercised without undue interference from the state limiting one's choice or personal autonomy. We've already heard a lot this evening, including some incredibly courageous testimony from those impacted by restrictions on abortion. I don't think I can say it better than they can. But we very much appreciate your support and the City of Tallahassee standing up for the overarching values of the full range of reproductive health care for all of its residents. That does include access to abortion. We know that this is a local issue. Restrictions on reproductive health care impact our local communities. It's part of why we've already seen 10 other local governments support resolutions like this around the state. We thank you for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker, Delilah Pierre, and then Annabeth Norris. Delilah Pierre, oh,
Thank
sorry.
you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Delilah Pierre. I will not be giving my address. I've already basically, kind of like talked to the city commission and told y'all my feelings about specifically the right to access abortion in Tallahassee, the right to pass this. I'm really glad and I congratulate y'all for putting this back kind of like in the conversation and agenda for the city commission meeting. I think it's extremely important for us to, have this be included. Yeah, like I just want to also kind of like talk about what I see as like this really big hypocrisy in the way we treat certain issues in this city and this town. I know so many of me and my friends and fellow activists who have come up here and spoken over 3 minutes and immediately had our mics cut off, been dragged away from the mic, but the same behavior isn't given to right-wing extremists who, although they claim support the entirety of the community or speak for most of the community, don't. They're a loud vocal minority. There has been so much misinformation given about abortion and abortion access right now. People claiming that Planned Parenthood does something as like take body parts and sell them to other people. People claiming that, abortions are just completely and totally given to kill women. People claiming that abortion care and health care is only for for-profit access, when there's a lot of truth that anti-abortion care is for for-profit access. It's a process made and done to make sure that usually Christian right-wing organizations can take money from poor and working class people, can shame people into being afraid of doing what they need to do to protect their lives and to survive. If we want to get rid of abortion, we need to have equitable health care for all, access for everyone. People need to understand sexual education, and people need to have access to reproductive care. People don't have access to that, so we need abortion to make sure that people don't suffer, to make sure that kids don't grow up in foster homes that don't care about them, that don't take care of them, where they can be sexually assaulted, where they can be hurt or harmed. And I don't really think that's a conversation on the table. We're constantly talking about the danger that abortion brings to people, the harm that abortion brings to communities, but we never actually sit down and have a conversation about the harm that's already happening in our communities. So I think a lot of people said a lot of really wonderful, great things about why we need this resolution, about how important it is, and I hope you all continue with your support of it and pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Annabeth Norris, followed by Lakey Love.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Annabeth Norris. I'm a resident of Tallahassee, Florida, 32312. I'm in full support of this resolution. Safe access to abortions and reproductive care is so incredibly important, and it's been very worrying to see more and more states limit access to reproductive care. Our own state being one of these, unfortunately. And more bills are coming up to this next legislative session. Adding protections such as these will help keep care attainable. We all deserve to have safe access to health care, and reproductive health care is so heavily politicized and constantly at risk of being restricted. So having a resolution like this that can protect these rights is a breath of fresh air, to say the least. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Lakey Love, and then Scott Beagle.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Lakey Love, 1511 Melvin Street, Tallahassee, Florida. Thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I'm here today as a transgender non-binary person who can still get pregnant. As a trans person, I live the reality that blocking reproductive rights and blocking transgender people's access to health care are two sides of the same coin. Both are movements to give the state the right to limit what people of marginalized genders can or cannot do with their own body. Both ban a person's ability to seek and receive essential health care. Both tell people that the essential choices they make for their own lives and health care are wrong, and they themselves are abominations for making those choices for the best possible care for themselves and their families. Forced pregnancy is dangerous. Science has repeatedly shown that health and well-being outcomes for people who have access to abortion is much higher. In addition, reports have repeatedly shown that banning abortion would disproportionately harm the physical, mental, and economic well-being of Black and brown people and low-income individuals, including myself, with the capacity for pregnancy. Anti-abortion and anti-trans legislation are products of the same political coalition, using the same scripts and tactics. In both cases, we see the protection of a fantasized and paralyzed child justifying heavy-handed police state policies that restrict people of marginalized genders, namely cisgender women, trans men, non-binary people, agender people, and so many other gender nonconforming people. Both restrict an individual's rights to bodily autonomy, and both scale back healthcare to the dark ages. The language of protection, so highly moralized and fear-provoking by the previous speakers, protect an alibi that they've created to rationalize widespread harm and sanction state-authorized restrictions on life-affirming care. Earlier this year, before turning their attention to abortion, Texas legislators attempted to reclassify transgender care for minors as child abuse. In another act, Senate Bill 1311, they tried to prevent physicians from providing gender-affirming care to minors. The author of Senate Bill 1311 in Texas said that his bill was, quote, being done with love. Let's be clear. It is not love to force a trans child to go through puberty. It is not love to force any person to carry a pregnancy to term.
You're at 20 seconds.
Transgender people know this all too well, as anyone, at least because of the headwinds we have all had to struggle in our fight to be ourselves and to get basic access to care. Please stand with LGBTQI plus people, with transgender people, with gender nonconforming people, all people who can get pregnant. Stand against the legislative attacks and pass this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Scott Beagle, followed by Stephanie Johansson.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Scott Beagle, 4015 North Monroe Street, Tallahassee. I don't have any notes. I just have a short story for you. When I heard about this resolution, I encourage you to vote no. Because about 9 months ago, a young lady with her fourth baby was going to be born, and she said, I don't want to have this baby. And my son and daughter-in-law said, don't kill that baby. We'll take that baby. They've helped this birth mother for 9 months, taken to the doctor, feeding, clothing, helping this mother. A father and a grandfather. I don't know if any of you folks are grandfathers. I don't see any of you old enough to be a grandfather or grandmother. Anybody? Children are special, especially grandchildren. And I want to show you a picture of a miracle baby that was born 2 weeks ago tomorrow night. Capital Regional Medical Center in Tallahassee. If it wasn't for my son and daughter-in-law, that little baby would not be alive today. Last night, our daughter-in-law took some pictures of Bethany Joy. Born October 4th, 6:02 p.m., 7 pounds, 1 ounces, 18 inches, 18 and 3/8 inches. She's a miracle. I want to show you her picture tonight. Joy.
I have two daughters of my own, sir. I have two daughters of my
Sir,
own.
wait, if you can show the picture, because we have people watching on TV, they can't hear you if you're not at the microphone. Just hold it up. Camera's right there. Just hold it up. if you want.
Grandfather, where's the camera?
Right up there on the podium. Just hold it up if you want to.
All right.
That'll work.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to let you know,
30 seconds.
we pray for you every day for wisdom and strength, and we know God answers prayer because prayer changes things. I encourage thousands of people every day to pray for you. Praying for you right now.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Stephanie Johansson, followed by Tina Buchner.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stephanie Johansson, and I'm a proud citizen of Tallahassee. Commissioners, I don't think that there's a pro-life citizen in this room that would object to a DNC after a miscarriage or a removal of an ectopic pregnancy. The narrative that we're fighting actual care to protect a mother's life is ridiculous. We're voting against abortion and we're trying to convince you to vote against abortion because we value innocent human life. We want to protect as much innocent human life as possible. This resolution says that abortion is a constitutional right. No, it's not. There is no mention of abortion in the U.S. Constitution. To call it a constitutional right is disingenuous at best. If the legal precedent set by Roe v. Wade is overturned, which I pray that it will be, then the so-called right to murder a child in utero will no longer exist. This is why you see some states and governing bodies currently rushing and falling over themselves to codify abortion laws. It is not hyperbole to say that this resolution paves the way to eliminate lots of other types of vulnerable people in our community, maybe based on convenience, preference, or as this resolution says, quote, independence, freedom, and social and economic equality. Many laugh or write off the comparison, but I beg you to earnestly consider your elderly parents. Maybe there'll be shut-ins one day that will burden you or your siblings because they depend on their children's time and financial care. Why don't we lump them in with the unborn and deny them their human right to life? It's not a far leap to ask if the next resolution is going to be supporting sinicide or geronticide. Many proponents of abortion appeal to women who conceive a child from rape or incest. The facts are that less than 1% of abortions are due to rape or incest. But even if 100% of abortions were products of rape or incest, how dare we say that a child should die for the crimes of the father? If a man rapes a woman and she becomes pregnant, how much sense does it make to kill the baby? This resolution says, quote, the mayor and the city commissioners support all legislative efforts to protect and strengthen Florida citizens' right to abortion, reproductive health care, and individual choice to make reproductive decisions about their own bodies. A plain reading of this resolution implies that all restrictions to abortion are bad. In the U.S., certain types of abortion, like partial birth abortion, are banned, and a plain reading of this resolution indicates that the City of Tallahassee would support legislative efforts that seek to overturn the partial birth abortion ban in 2003. Also, in Florida, late-term abortion is illegal, which is aborting a fetus after it's viable outside the mother's womb. The threshold has currently been set for 24 weeks. A plain reading of this resolution would indicate that the City of Tallahassee supports legislative efforts to make abortion available beyond 24 weeks and up to and including the moment of delivery. Many people say that's hype, but we'll wait and see. I pray that you'll send this where it belongs, and that's the dustbin.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Tina Buchner, and then Allie Walchak.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Tina Buckner, 5749 Bradfordville Road, and a business owner in the city of Tallahassee. Commissioners, my first time up here. I was thinking about why are you here? Why did you run for office. And I realize it's because you want to better the lives of the people of Tallahassee. And really, y'all are visionaries. I think a lot of you have big vision. And I think this resolution that you are going to vote on is thinking really small. You're robbing hope from women. I heard a podcast from John Owuchukwu. He defined hope is feeling that the feeling you have right now isn't permanent. These women in these really tough circumstances, because I've talked to a lot of them, really are lacking hope. And the sad thing is, if you vote yes on this resolution, it's permanent. And so, as a visionary, I encourage you to look beyond that. Think big. I know there are pregnancy centers in town that come alongside and walk with them. You, as commissioners, can do the same. So I'm asking you to vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Ali Walczak, and then Devin Graham.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ali Walczak, and I'm not going to give my address. Good afternoon. My name is Ali, and I am a citizen of Tallahassee, and I am very much in support of this resolution. I know this has been an intense meeting so far. The opposition has been bringing up blatantly untrue statistics, citing organizations who have been criminally and civically prosecuted for illegal tactics and deception, like the Center for Medical Progress, and straight up lying about medical care. They're using purposeful disinformation to distract from their reality. Abortion is a safe and legal medical procedure. The right to make decisions about our health care without interference is fundamental. To me, there is no debating the fact that we should be able to control our bodies, lives, and futures. With all these recent attacks on our health care, we all feel many things, but most of all, we feel unheard. Passing this resolution is one way to let us know that you are listening. Please listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Devin Graham, and then Emma Moses.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Devin Graham, 2624 Mullen. As an atheist, I question the use of the Bible to oppose this given the abortifacient recipe that God prescribed in Numbers 5. As a developmental neuropharmacologist, I question the quote-unquote science that we've heard tonight. But as a citizen, someone who's had an abortion, and as a mother, I want to thank you for bringing this forward, and I urge you to vote yes, representing the views of the majority of Tallahasseans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Emma Moses, to be followed by Alana Felton.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Emma Moses, and I live on campus. I'm the Vice President of FSU Generation Action, and I support this resolution. Over the past few years, our reproductive health care access has been threatened like never before, and that truly scares me. It scares me because I believe every person should have access to the health care that they need, not the health care that our legislators decide is enough. And abortion is health care. We've heard plenty of people oppose this resolution for various reasons, but what they fail to acknowledge is the devastating impact that a lack of health care can have on a person's life. It's not our job to decide what that health care should look like, but we must support and trust our fellow citizens in making those decisions for their own well-being. Each of us should be able to decide what's best for our own bodies and have every option available to us. Passing this resolution would show the people of Tallahassee that you respect their right to choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Alana Felton, and then Kathy Charlariello.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Alana Felton, and I prefer not to state my address. Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Alana Felton, as I said, and I'm a student at Florida State University and the president of Planned Parenthood Generation Action at FSU. I'm here speaking in support of Resolution 21R30, which affirms the City of Tallahassee's commitment to providing comprehensive reproductive care for all Floridians. The City Commission must pass this resolution. As we approach the 2022 legislative session, Florida lawmakers have made it clear that they intend to strip away access to reproductive care for millions of Floridians. They have introduced HB 167, Florida's own version of the Texas anti-abortion bill, which deputizes private citizens to act as enforcers. Floridians are scared. Our state government is openly hostile to our reproductive rights. So it is now more important than ever that Tallahassee's government stand up for its citizens' rights to access safe and legal abortion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Kathy Sciarlariello, followed by Shayla Trivett-Sevier.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I participated in the March for Life in Washington, D.C. in 2017. Halfway into the walk, I noticed large, flat screen TVs lining the street. Playing on the TVs were real-life abortions. I wondered how they got this footage. On one TV, I saw clamps around a baby's waist. There was nothing above him. Blood trickled down his tiny legs, and his legs swung when moved. He was very obviously a boy. So far, since Roe v. Wade, about 63 million people have died as a result of being aborted. Canada's population is about 38 million people. Imagine the people of Canada being wiped out off the map, not once, but almost twice. Imagine everyone in England gone, and then some. We do not think about people living in other countries as much because we are busy with our own lives. Most of us live our lives going to the store, picking up kids from soccer games, making dinner. We don't think about others as often because we are so busy thinking about ourselves and making our lives work. It's good to take care of our families. It's very good. But it's also good to think about others, to care about others. But we live in a world that has devalued life. Babies in the womb are stripped of their personhood and referred to as a clump of cells, even long after science has told us otherwise. We lean on the rights to abortion even long after we have learned that abortion ends a life. We insist that abortion is a worthwhile option for women, even long after many of these women will tell you the regret over ending their child's life is sometimes too much to bear. The little boy I mentioned earlier, whose long, spindly legs hung from a clamp, had a future. Instead of those little legs kicking a soccer ball, racing friends on the playground, and running up to his parents after school, he became a number. He faded into the nameless, faceless people that we do not think about because we are so busy thinking about our own lives. But he did exist. Today I speak for that little boy that I named Luke and for all of the children whose lives were lost to abortion. I want to say that I'm sorry. I am sorry to have been silent for so many years.
You have 20 seconds left.
I'm sorry, Luke, that while in your mother's womb, a stranger entered with an instrument designed to harm you, to take your life, and bit by bit, he dismantled you as he dismantled your mother's heart. I was busy that day, thinking about my own life. But Luke, today, the people of Tallahassee have heard about you. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Shaylee Trivett-Sevier, and followed by Lucinda Thomas.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Shaylee Trivett-Sevier. I will not be disclosing my address, but I think a lot of the things that people are forgetting is the fact that abortion has always been around. No matter how, if it's legal or not legal, it's still gonna happen. It's just if you let abortion become illegal, then people are just gonna still do it, just very unsafely. More women are going to die if you don't allow people to just go to the hospital to get it done. And a lot of people, it's healthcare at the end of the day. Some women, their uteruses are just not wide enough to give birth. And it's just still gonna happen even if you don't let it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next is Lucinda Thomas. That's the last speaker I have here in chambers, and then we'll go to those connected via WebEx.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Lucinda Thomas. I live off Walden Road. And I want to thank you for considering this resolution number 21R30. I wish to speak to some of the previous comments. Not everyone in this city is Christian. Using that argument does not speak for all city residents. And the comment about the mention of abortion not being in the Constitution, I wish to bring you to the right to privacy found in Amendment 4 of the Bill of Rights, which begins, "The right of people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable search and seizure." Not allowing women to control their bodies and make choices for themselves means you feel women don't have the capacity or intelligence to do so. My main point is that abortion will not go away even if banned. They will continue to occur as they have since ancient times. Methods of pregnancy termination included strenuous labor, climbing, weightlifting, fasting, bloodletting, pouring boiling water on the abdomen, and most troubling, battery. Not all pregnancies occur from loving relationships. They also occur through rape and incest. And that is why we must keep abortion safe and legal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mayor, next we'll go to our virtual speakers. The first speaker that we have is Ryan Sprague.
Mr. Sprague, are you with us?
I think so. Assuming you can hear me.
We can hear you. Yes, sir. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, Ryan Sprague. I'm on 2003 Alban Avenue, 32301.
Please proceed.
All right. I'm speaking to you today to not only declare my rejection of this proposed resolution, but also to exhort each of you to denounce it and distance yourself from it. While I can understand that you are wanting to express care for a certain segment of your city's population, in so doing, you are clearly marginalizing another, and doing so with fatal consequence. In the last month, 9 different people were shot in Tallahassee, and at least 2 of them died. Our community is experiencing the trauma of violence, and people within our community are experiencing the fear, grief, and anger that might come with having a person they love get shot. We are right as a community, and you would be right as a community leaders to work to see the violence stop and for our communities to become more resilient. That hopeful work of healing begins with understanding why the violence is happening at all. That answer isn't found in the circumstances. Circumstances change. There might have been theft, infidelity, lying, or myriad other circumstances that led to one person shooting another. It's not about the circumstances. At the heart is the belief that the other person's life was inconsequential. An individual places their perception of their circumstances and the other person's life on a scale and decides the weight of their circumstances is greater than the weight of that other person's life, and they shoot. We recognize this dynamic with the competing phrases Black Lives Matter or Police Lives Matter. Both groups see that their respective lives are being placed on this scale and being judged as having less weight than another person's circumstances. We are crying out for equality when we say we matter. We want a marginalized group to be recognized as worthy of life and the rights that life provides. This resolution is antithetical to that desire of equal treatment under the law. This resolution unashamedly places the lives of someone onto this scale and says their life weighs less than someone else's circumstances and therefore has no right to exist. We've been blinded by this thinking before. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Taney wrote, "We think that Black people are not included and were not intended to be included under the word citizens in the Constitution, and can therefore claim none of the rights and privileges which that instrument provides for and secures to citizens of the United States." That was the court's justification to strip Dred Scott of his freedom in 1857. We hear this reasoning echoed from the Supreme Court Justice Henry Blackmun when he wrote, "The word person, as used in the 14th Amendment, does not include the unborn." The reasoning you are so proudly attaching yourself to, and if you sign to affirm this resolution, is the pernicious thinking that stripped Dred Scott of his freedom and strips preborn children of their right to life. You're inviting more violence into this community by telling your constituents that life is not inherently beautiful and valuable, but only has value and beauty if someone else says they do. You are telling our community that not only you reject the glorious idea that we are all equal, that you believe those with greater perceived worth have the right to leverage that superiority to end another person's life.
Mr. Sprague, I need you to wrap it up. We're at 3 minutes, please, sir.
Yes, sir. I support the value of every human being and believe they have the rights of life, liberty, and happiness.
Thank you,
I implore
Mr.
you to
Sprague.
reject this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
Zachary Shepherd, followed by Laura Lucante.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Zach.
We sure can. Your name and address for the record, and please begin.
Yeah, my name is Zachary Shepherd. I'm at 3113 Swaps Trail, 32309. Good evening, city officials. I'm sorry I don't have a video. I don't have a webcam. But I'm here tonight to stand in staunch opposition to item 11.04, resolution number 21-R-30. I believe every human being has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And this resolution is in favor of stripping some of those most basic rights for our most vulnerable people. I will stand up for those who are unable to defend themselves. This resolution is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's a water bottle filled with putrid sewage handed to someone dying of thirst. Abortion as healthcare is a lie. Murder is not healthcare. No person has the fundamental right to choose to end another person's life. The idea that a woman's life would be improved by having an elective abortion is false. Abortion as healthcare is false by the data showing that long-term mental health impacts very easily described by the phrase, what if? What if my child had been born? Who would they have become? What would they have accomplished? These questions plague people. Abortion as healthcare is false by the multitudes of personal testimonies speaking to the regret of their decision to end their child's life. I personally know abortion as healthcare is false due to my personal experience. My mom was pressured into getting an abortion when she was pregnant with me. Her pregnancy couldn't have come at a worse time. I was due a week before her final exams of her final semester in college. I was a roadblock to her education. She was married, yet my father was not her husband. She was 25, unemployed, likely facing divorce, with no idea how she would raise a child, and her family told her I would do nothing but ruin her life. When I was 5 years old, my grandpa sat down to talk to my mom. He told her, with tears in his eyes, that he said, I was so wrong to suggest that Zach would destroy your life. I'm sorry. He had lived and seen that children are not an inconvenience, even when the odds are stacked against us. He felt the love and joy in his heart playing games with his grandson, watching this young boy grow and experience the world.
You have 30
I
seconds
had not a great childhood. Multiple dads coming and going, barely any friends. We were strapped for money. I faced depression daily. And I thank God every day for my childhood. My not so great childhood is infinitely better than death. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Laura Lucante, then William Cowdrey. I see the name connected, but I don't see anything indicating that she's speaking there.
I just got my phone unmuted. Sorry.
Thank you.
My name's Laura Luke. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go
your
ahead.
name and address, and you may begin.
All right. My name's Laura Lucante, and I live in the Lake Jackson area of Tallahassee. And I'm here today in opposition to resolution number 21R-30. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable city commissioners. It is with great sadness that I feel I even have to address this issue. There's so many reasons that this resolution is contrary to human dignity, but I will only state a few. To begin with, how is it that we can end the life of a child in the womb by abortion? But if abortion and/or death happens due to a homicide upon the pregnant mother, then the culprit is doubly charged for taking 2 lives. Is there a life in the womb or not? Also, since when do we as human beings believe it's acceptable to take human life because it's dependent? Do we not still prosecute those who kill fully dependent infants and charge them with murder? Why do we propose that abortion is a health care right and in the best interest of a woman when there's overwhelming evidence showing that many women who abort their babies suffer lasting psychological damage, and particularly so if they give birth later to other babies? How can we deny the science of ultrasound that now shows clearly that unborn babies feel pain, hear and move to music, respond to voices, know their mother's heartbeat, etc., etc.? How can we, by any stretch of the imagination, continue to disregard these facts as irrelevant when determining if indeed there is life in the womb? Why should these innocent lives be taken who've never had a chance to survive outside the womb? How can they be considered less worthy of life than their mothers, who may be some of society's worst criminals? Why are these women's lives deemed worthy of respect, dignity, and protection under our laws, but not so their innocent babies who've done nothing wrong? I'm also addressing the statement made previously that abortion would be happening illegally if it's not allowed to be done legally. Abortions were performed many times before there was ever any type of birth control. So I feel like that birth control, which is provided freely to people, it would be a huge, would hugely eliminate that. Also, I believe that because birth control is provided freely to those who can afford it, then abortion should not be used as a birth control method, which indeed it is used in that regard. In conclusion, please consider your vote carefully. And if you truly wish to preserve the dignity of humanity by standing for the most innocent and blameless, please do so. They're our babies. Thank you for your time and attention to this urgent matter.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
William Cowdery, followed by Andrew Chervell.
Mr. Cowdery, I believe you are muted. I believe you are muted, sir.
Okay. My name is William Cowdery, and I live in the Lafayette Oaks area in Tallahassee, Florida. And in considering my participation and ability to comment on Resolution 21R30, which I am steadfastly against, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I was gathering my thoughts together. I had 5 or 6 points I think I was going to make. But hearing some of the comments today, I decided to expound on some of them, as well as Mayor Daley, I won't call it an interview, but the call-in session you had on talk radio on Preston Scott's radio show this morning. And I appreciate your openness to entertain questions from people who call in. It was educational and helpful. But one individual called in, I believe he was Black by the organization he said he represented or belonged to, and some other comments he made. But he quoted the statistic that was brought up by another commenter tonight, that since Roe versus Wade, as many minority Black children, babies, have been eliminated as to constitute 25% of the growth in the population of the Black citizens of our country. I mean, and then the other person who mentioned that's as much as the entire population of Canada 2 times over. I mean, this is huge. But getting back to the fact that it's more Black babies than white babies, considering that you cannot turn on the radio to watch a news program, to hear a news program or watch one on TV, where there isn't some kind of a racial comment about the injustices and so forth that are being committed and have been committed for decades and continue to be committed today. I mean, what greater impact on the Black population is there than taking out 25% of them over the last 50 years, 50 plus years? And so I thought that was very noteworthy. The other thing is some other comments. I feel like one of the commenters mentioned that in time, we know we can look ahead. Maybe it'll be 50 years, maybe 100 years, that people will be looking back at us in our time, and they were saying, can you believe what they were doing? Can you believe that the atrocities they were committing against human life? just as we do in the Bible, looking back at the babies that were sacrificed to Baal and the other false gods of their time.
You're at 20
Dreadful
seconds.
activities that I think one day will be considered as such. And just as slavery was accepted by all around the world, most major countries, all major countries, and then, of course, Britain, I think, took the lead, and we followed shortly thereafter to outlaw slavery forever. And I see abortion going the same way. And the last thing, somebody made a comment, one of the commenters, about we should not use Scripture
I need you
to dictate.
Please wrap up your comments. You're at 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, the comment that we should not be following Scripture to dictate how we chart our course.
Thank you.
But keeping in mind what the bishop commented on in his invocation, that we should be caring for the poor
you.
and
Your 3 minutes
and so
is
forth. If it's a bishop opens this with a prayer, this proceeding with a
Thank you
prayer,
very much,
I think
sir.
definitely we should.
have to
Thank you
ask
very
you
much
to-
for your time.
Please wrap it up. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comment. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Andrew Chervell.
Hi, yes, Mr. Mayor, my name is Andrew Sherville, and I am a resident of Tallahassee. My full address is on file. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. In addition to being a resident of Tallahassee, I'm also the founder and executive director of Florida Voice for the Unborn, which is a statewide pro-life grassroots lobbying group based right here in Tallahassee. I am 100% opposed to City Resolution number 21R30, which calls upon our state legislature to protect and strengthen Floridians' ability to kill innocent unborn children via abortion. I am, in fact, absolutely outraged that you would be considering such a resolution because you all seem to have such a callous disregard for human life in the womb by even entertaining this resolution on this agenda today. According to the Washington, D.C.-based Charlotte Lozier Institute, an unborn baby's heart rate is approximately 98 beats per minute at just 6 weeks. And by 15 weeks gestation, an unborn baby's heart will have already beat 16 million times. So stopping a baby's heartbeat via an abortion is not quote unquote reproductive health care for the child's mother. Rather, it is homicide. Shame on this city commission for so blatantly encouraging violence and the mass murder of preborn children in our city by entertaining this unbecoming proposed resolution. In closing, and before that, I would note that the vast majority of speakers that have come before me have opposed this resolution, by my count, 25-13. But in closing, if you pass this extremely divisive resolution today, you all will face the consequences. In particular, if Mayor Pro Tem Jeremy Matlow votes in favor of the resolution, I promise you that Florida Voice for the Unborn will initiate a pro-life citizens boycott of his pizza business, Game Street Pies. We will make an example of him. Please, all of you, vote against this ill-advised and truly sickening pro-abortion resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any other speakers?
Mayor, I have no further speakers, either in person or virtually connected.
Okay. Is there anyone else here that has not had a chance to speak on this particular issue that would like to speak on this issue? I want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this issue that has not had a chance to speak on this issue? Okay, we'll proceed. Madam Attorney, I'm going to ask you first before we get into commission discussion and direction. This was originally on our agenda. You pulled it off. You made some changes. You brought it back. Will you walk us through what those changes were? There was also questions about constitutional rights and fundamental rights, and none of us are attorneys, so we're depending on your legal interpretation to walk us through the language as well as presented.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So that we can clearly hear her, can she just lower her mask, since that seems to be the flavor of the month tonight?
Sure.
So we can hear her clearly.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll be glad to address your questions. In the resolution, the changes, first of all, the title of the resolution was changed to state the mayor and city commissioners of the city of Tallahassee as opposed to the city of Tallahassee. Also, in the fifth paragraph, it says, whereas abortion is fourth paragraph, whereas the ability of citizens, that was changed to citizens from the word females. The ability of citizens who can become pregnant to access safe and legal abortion when they need it is also a critical component of their health and dignity. Also, there was a change in the resolution. So we have in the first paragraph, it states now that the mayor and city commissioners support all legislative efforts as opposed to the city of Tallahassee. And then in the next paragraph, it states the mayor and city commissioners urge the Florida legislature as opposed to the city of Tallahassee. So those were the changes that were placed in since it last was on the agenda. As to the issue of fundamental right, there is a body of rights that has been recognized by the United States Constitution, recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court as being protected and deserving of higher protection. And those bundle of rights are known as fundamental rights. The right to a legal and safe abortion has been declared by the United States Supreme Court as a fundamental right in the sense that it is protected by the United States Constitution.
Excellent. All right, first of all, any questions for the attorney? Okay, so the recommended action is commission direction, so there is no recommended action. To begin discussion tonight, is there a commissioner that would like to put a motion on the table, according to Robert's rules, to get our discussion going?
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow has properly moved the adoption of the resolution. Is there a second to the motion?
Seconded.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Porter. Okay, so we have a motion on the table for adoption of the resolution. It's been seconded. I'll turn it over to you for comment.
Sure. First of all, thank you to all the speakers who've came out tonight on this item, but I'm ready to vote. I know it was a unanimous decision by this board to bring this resolution forward. Today, the City Commission joins 10 other local governments in Florida affirming a woman's right to choose. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank everyone for coming. And I do want to assure you that this has not been entertaining for me. As a speaker noted, this is not an easy topic. It's not an easy topic for me personally. I was raised in a family with very strong views opposed to a woman's right to choose an abortion. I have listened. I have read the emails. This is something that I have struggled with before being elected as a commissioner. There were some comments about what is our responsibility, and we are elected to represent the people of Tallahassee. And clearly, in this room, we are a divided community. This is an issue that divides people. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and I do hope, regardless of the outcome tonight, that we can work together, because this is not the only issue that is important in this community, and it's certainly not the first or last issue for there to be disagreement about. I do believe that this is a public health issue. I do believe that in the language of the resolution, this is not ordinarily an issue that we see coming before local governments, coming before our government. But I do believe that this is a legal and safe procedure, one that has been upheld by the Supreme Court, and one that is being threatened by our state legislature and others, and which I believe has a direct impact on the health of women and others. And for those reasons, I do think it's important that we take a position on this. And despite the opposition there are plenty of people and a majority of people who do support a woman's right to choose, regardless of their own personal beliefs about the morality, the legality of having an abortion. So for those reasons, I am also ready to vote, and I support the resolution. And I hope that for the women and families who are listening, both those who have chosen to carry their children to term and raise them and have families, and those who have, for whatever reason, personal or medical, or that you don't feel ashamed for the decisions you've made, that you feel supported by this community and loved by this community. And I hope that that message is clear. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wrote my comments so that I could stay on task because in my mind, this has become so conflated with so many other things. And in my mind, I'm clear. In case you all haven't noticed, I've noticed that the Florida legislature does not consult with us on their decisions. I believe in a person's choice to decide for themselves how to govern their own bodies. I do not see our role or our authority here in the City Commission in putting forth a resolution that does not change anything. We have no authority in this arena. We should be focused on encouraging the Florida legislature on preserving home rule and providing for the life, liberty, and safety of Floridians, and more specifically, Tallahasseans. So with that in mind, I'll make my decision based on the fact that I don't see where in my opinion, we're out of our lane. We're out of our lane, we should not be dealing with this issue. This is a legislative issue. Let the legislature deal with it.
Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first of all want to say that I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox. I gave my life to Christ at a very early age. For any of you who don't believe I'm a Christian, I am a Christian. I was born, was raised in the church. My mother has insisted that we go to Sunday school and church. I currently attend church here in Tallahassee, my family and I. Even during this pandemic, when it's just me in my living room on a Sunday morning, I'm watching YouTube and the church service that my church provides. I think in my history of support for women and women's issues and their right to determine what they want to do with their bodies is well documented. I have been the president of a women's organization, the Women's Political Caucus. I am currently one of only 2 male members of the Capital City Democratic Women's Club, and am proud to have been designated one of 2 men as an honorary sister girl by the Sister Girl Network. And I also recognize those women who have been influential in my life. Of course, my mother, who raised 10 children. My father was there. He was in the military and traveled a lot. And I wouldn't be where I am now without my late mother. And women like the late Ellen Bryant, who gave me my first professional job in Tallahassee, and women like my 1st and 6th grade teacher, who demanded the most out of me that she could get. She would not let me do anything less than my best in her classes. And of course, the former Commissioner of Education, Betty Castor, who gave me my first opportunities to be employed and continue my professional career in public service in state government. And I believe in a woman's right to choose. I believe that wholeheartedly. And I say that as a husband, a devoted husband of almost 30 years with 2 beautiful daughters. But if my wife and I had determined that we were going to make that decision, that is a decision that my wife and I will make. And I would challenge anyone to say that that has anything to do with my Christian beliefs, that I'm evil, somehow evil, or will be banished to hell because my wife and I would have made that decision for ourselves. That's a personal decision. It has to be. I can't even imagine what it would be like to go through that. But it's not for me to say. It's for each individual to make that decision and be responsible to their God. Whatever, if you have a God and you worship God, and I do, but when I go through the pearly gates, I have no doubt that God will say, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." And if I supported this resolution, I would feel comfortable that my God, I would hear those same words for him or her. But I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox. This is an issue of the legislature. They will have to deal with this. What we say would not be heard over there or considered seriously by the majority. I've been there. I served 8 years in the legislature in the minority party. And it's worse now than it was then in terms of influence on policy and decision-making for those in the minority party. So even though I firmly believe in a woman's right to choose and would personally do nothing to defer that right, I don't think I will be supporting this resolution today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any further comment? I do intend to vote in favor of the resolution. It looks like it's going to pass on the 3-2. So I would say that we need to reflect the language since it has been changed from the City of Tallahassee to the mayor and the commissioners. Those I mean, it's got to be reflected in there that it wasn't a 5-0 vote if this does pass.
Exactly.
And that it's a 3-2 vote. Or those of us that will be supporting it, it's our names on it if it passes. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I want to say thank you for making that delineation because I don't want this to go forward, saying that I was in agreement with this. Again,
Sure.
I approve, you know, I'm a woman, I'm a grandmother. You know, it's up to me and my husband what I do with my body.
Okay.
I just don't think that this resolution does anything. And I know that this commission is about doing things that make a difference and has impact. We have little to no impact across the street. We're all Democrats. We're in a minority. So I don't want it to go forward as though I agree with this.
Understood. Let's take the vote. All those in favor of the motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Excuse me, all those against?
Nay.
No.
So we have the motion passes 3-2 with the mayor pro tem, Commissioner Porter in the affirmative, with Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox against. And again, Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Matlow, I think it's appropriate for our names to be reflected on it since the language was changed. It is not a reflection of the entire city commission. I'm seeing nods. I'm kind of asking, are we comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So we are going to recess until 6:30. We will come back and finish the rest of the business before the city commission at that time. And we have a quorum. We're on item number 13.01. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me invite our Manager of Water Utilities Engineering, Andrew Platt, forward to the podium to provide a summary of this item. We're seeking your authorization to execute an interlocal agreement with Leon County for the Northeast Lake Munson Sewer Project. This is one of the projects that we've been working on over time to convert septic tanks, in particular in our primary springs protection zone, for the benefit of Wakulla Springs and our overall water quality. It's a great project, and I would like Mr. Platt to provide a summary.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm excited today to speak with you today on the Northeast Lake Munson interlocal agreement. It's a very important agreement that is a partnership between Leon County and the City of Tallahassee. Environmental stewardship is a cornerstone of the city's adopted strategic plan. And Wakulla Springs is one of our area's most unique and treasured natural features. Through the city's investment in advanced wastewater treatment at the Thomas P. Smith Water Reclamation Facility, the city has been a leader in the reduction in nitrogen to the Wakulla Springs Basin. The Wakulla Springs Basin Management Action Plan, BMAP as it's known as, was adopted by FDEP, has been determined that septic tanks, and in particular those in the primary springs protection zone, are now the greatest threat to the health of the springs. The City of Tallahassee and Leon County have adopted strategies through the comprehensive plan and through the water and sewer, the City of Tallahassee-Leon County Water and Sewer Agreement that guide our efforts to further protect Wakulla Springs. In support of those strategies, the city has partnered with Leon County on several projects to reduce the number of septic tanks in the areas through the expansion of the city's sanitary sewer system. Leon County has secured a grant through FDP for the expansion of the city's sewage collection system into the neighborhoods northeast of Lake Munson and within the primary springs protection zone. The interlocal agreement will provide for the county to construct and the city to operate and maintain the expansion of the city's sewer system to 254 properties that are currently on septic tanks for wastewater treatment and disposal. Lake Munson is identified in the city's master sewer plan as a target area for potential expansion of the city's sewer system, and as such, capacity for conveyance and treatment from this project is available through our system. To incentivize property owners to connect to the central sewer system, the agreement includes provisions that after construction, the county will pay the required system charges that typically are assessed to property owners, and that the city discount those charges by 1/3. In addition to the proposed sewer infrastructure, the agreement also provides that the county will construct and the city will fund needed upgrades to the existing water distribution system within the area, and that will allow for increased system capacity, improved reliability, and enhanced fire protection for the Northeast Lake Munson area. I'm here if you have any other further questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Manager, any final comments?
No, sir.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any comments on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, let's move with direction. Anybody care to make a motion to start off our conversation?
Move option 1.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Matlow for option number 1, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the recommended action signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 13.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, you previously asked us to staff to bring back an item related to potentially expanding our affordable housing programs to increase support for essential service personnel. This item does that. In your agenda material, it provides an outline of examples of what other communities may be doing and how it could potentially work. We're recommending that you accept the staff's report and provide direction to develop strategies to extend the city's affordable housing programs to increase support for essential service personnel, in particular police, fire, teachers, nurses, an essential group to every community. Ben Ojatayo and her staff have worked on this. They've worked with the city attorney's office to make sure we lay it out properly. I'd like her to give a summary of what we have found.
Director Ojatayo, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners. It's a pleasure always to come before you, and this is a subject, of course, that is your priority and is on the top of minds of so many people. So the agenda item provides some basic information that we hope will be good context for you as you discuss and provide further direction. As you know, affordable housing exists on a very broad spectrum, and so there are various types of households that our programs serve. Whether it is somebody who has no income at all, who is disabled or elderly, or even homeless right now, to somebody who is working, who maybe is in a dual working household, but still may be housing cost burdened. And so what you all have consistently shown is that if the more options we have in our toolkit, the better. And so this discussion is about yet one more tool that we may add to our toolkit with a particular focus on those that are determined to be essential personnel in a community. So I wanted to just set the stage a little bit with what we mean when we talk about these things. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I know in the past you've said, what do we mean when we say workforce, when we say this and this? So to be clear, when we talk about affordability, we're saying that a person is not spending more than 30% of their income. So that might mean all of us. But when we start focusing on what kinds of programs the local government or federal government invests in, we tend to focus on income-based assistance and eligibility that is typically determined to be low income. For our area and for most areas around the country, that means that person is earning 80% of the area median income. That's considered low income. But the programs that we offer right now, from down payment assistance to land trust, Habitat homes, most of the beneficiaries are in fact working households. There's one or more individuals in the household that's working. And so you could say that our affordable housing programs are for the workforce that are in our community. And I want to make sure that it is clear we are trying to serve those that have a need at various levels. Now, what has happened recently, though, is that several communities have started to define workforce housing as those that are targeted for certain professions in their community, or they expand the area median income to a higher range so that they can capture more of those working households that still are housing cost burden. Locally, you might think of things like their ALICE population, the working poor. You're holding down 2 jobs, you have a good salary, but you're still housing cost burdened. So that's what we're talking about when we start talking about workforce housing. When it comes to essential personnel, the Florida statute actually has some guidance language, and it requires us to also determine who is considered essential. Everyone is important, and all jobs are crucial to our economy, but there are certain positions that are determined to be essential, particularly as it comes to public health and safety and emergency responses. And so personnel in police, fire, healthcare, childcare, and public service are traditionally determined to be essential personnel. Florida statute also goes as far as to set an income limit at 120% AMI. So you can see it has broadened the range of eligibility. So that's just some basic elements there that we are considering as we ponder the issue. Then, of course, we look at the affordability indicators in our region. It's a lot of numbers, but essentially the middle column is what HUD thinks is our median salary. They calculate that every year. So one person, a single individual making about $53,000 is the median for Tallahassee. A household of 4 making about $76,000 is considered the median. So when we are doing our affordable housing programs at the 80% AMI or below, we look at that left side of that column, right? And so obviously that number is smaller. You'll see at the bottom of that table, 34,000 households in Tallahassee are housing burdened that are making that 80% AMI. So that is why, without a doubt, we focus the majority of our programs in that area. But when you start looking at the 120% AMI, you still have folks that are housing cost burdened. And United Way's study for the ALICE population showed that we still have about 30 to 40% of folks in our community that can't afford the housing that they're in. So there's definitely still a need. And we just gave some starting salaries just for those individuals. And the point here is for teachers, firefighters, police officers, and nurses, they're making a salary that would put them above the low income category that we typically use for our affordable housing program. So again, all that to say, if we wanted to expand our programs and consider more options and opportunities for those particular professions, we would need to do some creative program development, strategize on what kind of guidelines we will put in place so that we can capture those particular groups. The planning aspect of it it will take some time. And so as you see in the staff recommendation, we are looking for direction to continue to think through this and to develop strategies. We have to have a justification for focusing on a particular group. It will necessarily require partnerships, and I'll share some examples from other cities that have done something like this. And it would necessarily build on our existing programs. Of course, we can create brand new ones, but Tallahassee has a really strong portfolio of programs, and it is possible to layer on top of that as you grow your inventory. There are also legal implications. We are very much focused on ensuring that all of our programs meet our fair housing standards. And so what the Fair Housing Act says is we cannot create any discrimination against protected classes. And so any program would, of course, require further analysis to ensure that there are no unintended disparate impacts that a program like this would do for those that are in a protected class. But we do know that certain communities are doing it. And so here are some examples at a local government level. The city of Delray Beach has expanded an existing program and offered an additional incentive for those that are doing workforce housing, and that is based on their income level, not necessarily for any particular profession. St. Joseph's Health System, this is in Georgia. They are partnering on a development that where the units will be proximate to their healthcare facility, and so it's housing options for their healthcare workers, as well as those that are an extremely low income. And then Stanford University, just to go across the coast or across the country, they have partnered with a private entity to provide down payment assistance for their professors and educators as a way to support affordability in the area. So those are just some examples there. And let me stop and summarize the action that the city manager offered at the top of the presentation. We ask that you approve option 1 or 2, and we welcome your further discussion and direction on this item.
Thank you so much. Great presentation as well. And I thoroughly, on a personal note, enjoy serving on the city AHAC that you also staff and do a wonderful job as well. Mr. Clark, do we have any comments on this item?
No, sir.
Anybody here like to comment on this item? Seeing none. Commissioners, shall we go into discussion, motions?
Move staff recommendation on options 1 and 2.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson for staff recommendations, option number 1 and options number 2, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Open for comment. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to express my appreciation to Abena and the city attorney's office. I know when we first brought this forward, it was kind of, what can we do with not a lot of details, and you guys really dug in and found some examples and made sure we kept it legal. This idea actually first came about, I was in a conversation with school board member Daryl Jones, and he was asking, what we could do for teachers to make sure we continue to have affordable housing in our community, and that kind of grew into, what can we do for our first responders? And we know a lot of first responders live in neighboring counties because prices continue to rise, and I just think it's very important for, our staff at the school and the county and our local governments that we continue to make it affordable to live in the communities that you serve. So that was kind of the push behind this. And I know we're going to make sure we're not going to go down any discriminatory lines. So like checking that box off, but also, addressing the real need, I think, for our employees. So I'm excited to see this move forward. And I believe they're going to bring it up at the school board also to see if they may be able to get involved and reach out to you as well.
Commissioner Porter, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I did. My question is simple. Do you feel like you have, for number 2, you have the direction you need from us to move forward with option 2?
I do.
Or were you looking for, okay.
Yes, ma'am. I do, and you have several platforms that will allow us to get further stakeholder engagement, like the AHAC, which has citizen members. There are several other partners that we frequently connect with. I do think the partnerships with other entities in our community will be key, so I'm glad to hear that the school board is thinking about it. We will need those kind of partnerships. The programs that the city and most communities implement are all federal and state funded, and they have really strict guidelines. So any creativity would really require flexible investments that will give us the room to be creative.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I don't want us to lose sight that we were having this conversation either pre-COVID, because we were talking about law enforcement in the communities. And recently, school board chair Joy Boyne mentioned in some setting we were in together, where she talked about the comfort level that she has seeing law enforcement neighbors in her community. So we were having we've been having these conversations, but I'm glad to see that we've now come full circle, and it looks like it's being expanded as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where we go with this, and by all means, as has already been said, we want to make sure that we don't have any discrimination taking place here, and that this works as we hope that it will work, and like you said, not have any unintended consequences. Because if that begins to happen, then I'm sure we have a fail-safe plan to rectify any issues as they could occur. I don't anticipate any, but just in case, we'll make sure that we're monitoring and we're staying on top of it and reporting back on where we are in this endeavor. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the city manager and the deputy city manager, Barbara, and your staff. All right.
All right.
Right on cue. That's my
Yeah,
thing.
there you go. We currently have a motion for staff recommendation, option number 1, option number 2, made by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 13.0, excuse me, that was, yeah, we're on 13.03.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, we're gonna move forward again with the Housing and Community Resilience Department. That's Abena's department. She's the department director. Adam Jacobs is our Sustainability and Resilience Manager.
Right.
And he's here. I'll ask Abena to introduce him, but he's here to provide the second annual update of the Community Resilience Plan. So this is something that's been adopted a couple of years ago. It was at your direction. It served us very well. It's given us a good roadmap, and it's that time of the year to provide the update. So let me ask Abena to say a few words to invite Adam for the presentation.
Thank you. I'm smiling so hard behind this because it feels like it was just yesterday when we were talking about disasters, hurricanes, and all sorts of things. And we didn't anticipate a pandemic, but what you all adopted in this resilience plan is, as the city manager said, a really great roadmap for us. And we're already seeing the benefits from the kinds of resources that we can secure and leverage because we have a plan. So I'm just super proud of this, mainly because it is the work of so many departments in the city and so many community partners as well. And what you have in front of you, which Adam will overview, is just this last year's update. You know, this is the second update, and we'll be before you again because we committed to make sure that you are informed on the plan that you adopted. It is now in the very capable hands of Adam Jacobs and his team, and he shepherds a really awesome group of folks across multiple departments that provide the input and the updates that we'll share today. So, Adam, please.
Mr. Jacobs, you do a fantastic job. We really appreciate it, and it's good to see you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, for the opportunity to present this report and for championing the cause to bring forth tremendous progress in just the second year after the adoption of the Tallahassee Community Resilience Plan. Following Hurricane Hermine in 2016, the city set out to create a plan to guide us towards greater resiliency, better preparing us to respond to the chronic stresses that impact our community, as well as the acute shocks, such as flooding, extreme temperatures, extreme storm events, and even a pandemic. In order to proactively prepare for events like the ones we've been experiencing, the plan identifies 4 overarching goals with strategies and initial actions that provide guidance to solve these complex problems. The 2021 annual report that you have before you documents the overall progress to date of the Community Resilience Plan, and I'm happy to report that there's been activity in every strategy. We'd like to briefly highlight some of the progress of the amazing resilience work happening across this organization. Goal 1 focuses on public safety and preparedness and includes actions that range from crisis intervention to trauma education, to resilience hubs, to cybersecurity. Highlights include the city providing funding for 21 public human service professionals to receive trauma-related certifications through FSU. The city also received $370,000 in FEMA hazard mitigation grant program funds for backup power generation at Jack McLean to support its functioning as a resilience hub. Goal 2 focuses on environmental protection, infrastructure hardening, greenhouse gas reduction, and includes actions relating to high-performance buildings, utilities hardening, building preservation, and clean fuel vehicles. Some of the highlights in this goal area include the city's adoption of the green building policy, And to encourage residents to address lingering code violations, the city also launched the Code Enforcement Fine and Lien Amnesty Program. Goal 3 addresses issues like safe housing, financial security, and healthy food systems, among others. Highlights include $2.8 million allocated from the city's American Rescue Plan funding for homelessness services related to emergency shelter operations, permanent supportive housing, and program capacity building. Many of you have seen the City Farm TLH's pilot farm in Greater Bond neighborhood. We're pleased to announce that the City Farm program recently graduated its first cohort of 11 participants from the training component, and a dozen more participants are complete in the second class. Goal 4 focuses on risk data tracking and sharing, resilience planning for future projects, diversifying our economy and local workforce housing. So some of the highlights in FY21 include the city receiving $2 million in FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funding, which is awarded to 6 different city projects. This includes the backup generator project at Jack McLean that I mentioned earlier. And local workforce hiring continues to be advanced by the city. To date, there are 308 certified minority, women, and small business enterprise firms employing over 1,900 individuals. These are just some of the highlights of the progress that we've made since the 2 years since the adoption of the resilience plan. Moving forward, we will continue to collaborate with departments across the city and continue implementing the plan, and we look forward to the work yet to come. Thank you.
Adam, thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Manager, any final comments?
No, sir.
I don't think you can say it any better.
I don't think so.
There we go.
Great
Mr.
job.
Clark, do we have any comments, public comments on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, let's open it up for discussions. Anybody care to make a motion to begin discussion?
Move staff recommendation.
Properly moved staff recommendation by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any other further comment? Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
I'd like to recognize, I see at least one of the graduates of the City Farm graduation in the audience, Ms. Donna Cotterell, one of the graduates of the City Farm.
Excellent. Excellent. It is a great program, Adam. Excellent program. All right, seeing no further comment. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 13.04. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. This item seeks your approval to execute a leave buyback program for general employees and authorize myself or my designee to enter into collective bargaining negotiations for the same program with those employees covered by the collective bargaining units, 2 in fire and 2 in police. You'll recall about this time last year, you approved a similar program. It was brought about because there was pent-up leave for many city employees because of COVID. They were working more, they were unable to take off. We have an almost identical situation this year where we have a very similar number of employees, a very high percentage of our workforce that has leave, a backlog of leave, and we believe it's fair and appropriate to offer an opportunity for them to be compensated for that leave. So we're seeking your approval for that program again this year.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Excellent. Let's open it up. Would anybody like to make a motion to begin the conversation?
So move.
Second.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, correct?
Yes.
And seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Okay, any other comment?
You got it.
Commissioner Matlow, or Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Matlow?
Just a couple of quick questions. I wanted to make sure that both of the employee, well, all 4, well, I guess 2, but 2 in each, all 4?
Yes, sir.
Had been contacted about this, and that this is something that we'll be able to negotiate with those bargaining units?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. So I did share this with the leadership team and asked even the department directors and other departments to make their employees aware of the potential.
Okay.
I know that both of the unions are aware of it. There's no negotiation that has happened at this point. Okay. But if you approve this, then we would engage our negotiating teams like we would otherwise do. Clearly, we would have to kind of work our way through that, but that is a required process. Anytime you're dealing with compensation in a bargaining unit, you get to the bargaining table. And so that's the status currently.
Okay, and for each of those bargaining units in the back and forth of negotiations, they will have the latitude at this point to determine what they're willing to give up for, or willing to negotiate for the leave buyback.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right.
Okay.
And oftentimes, an issue like this, we'll look to the departments if there's any management issues within the department that they would like us to explore. Sometimes they're, kind of stones unturned from a prior negotiation.
Right.
You want them to be as equivalent as possible. And ultimately, the process, if the negotiating teams agree, the process then would be to take it back to the membership, the voting membership of the bargaining unit, have them vote on it with their approval, and then we would bring it back to the city commission for approval. So there's numerous steps in the process for approval, and that's what's required in a matter like this.
Okay. And then one other thing I have, Mr. Mayor, and it actually goes back to item, I guess, 13.02, the essential housing for essential workforce. Now, we talk about employee groups that are also, when you talk about teachers, firefighters, police, nurses, they're all members of bargaining units. So would the provision of this workforce housing, once we get to that point, and I know we're probably a little ways away from that, but it may be an issue that might need to be thought through, if that would be subject to the negotiation process as well.
If I may, Commissioner, I think you're right. I think it depends. Ben shared an example earlier tonight where the commission could authorize a density bonus to the developer. I'm not sure that would rise to the level of a bargaining item, but if it was a monetary incentive or something dealing with compensation, I think it's entirely possible that it would trigger a bargaining requirement, and we would seek your guidance on that as we develop those programs. So I think it really depends on the structure of the incentive, but it is possible. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Matlow, then we'll go to Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess my primary concern is to keep going back to the bargaining table out of cycle. I understand the circumstances for asking for this for general employees, and my view would be, if we're going to offer it to general employees, let's just offer it to fire and police officers as well without opening up a negotiation. If we're trying to get to this December 10th deadline, I don't want to get into a 6-month back and forth about how we offer this and then turn around and be back at the next bargaining cycle already. So I think if we're going to offer this to our general employees, I think we should just make it an offer directly, not a negotiation to give up something. Let's just offer it to the firefighters and to the police officers as well. But, I'm open to discussion on that.
All right, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
To Commissioner Matlow's point, I was going to ask the city attorney and the city manager, because I think I know the answer to this. Why don't you just do that? Just give it. But I know that there's a contract. There are union rules. There are negotiations. There are things that you have to do, and you can't just do that because union employees have access to benefits that general employees do not. And so in that, in my mind, I didn't go to law school or anything like that, but I have some friends who are attorneys. That there is a process for dealing with unionized employees, that you can't just wholesale throw something over like you do with general employees. And so, Madam Attorney or our city manager, so one of y'all please explain that to folks who are listening in who may not know that, because I'm learning it as well. So if you can explain why you can't just do what Commissioner Matlow just suggested.
Well, under Florida statutes 447.
Can you take your mask down, please? You got a soft voice.
Florida Statute 447 sets out the parameters of collective bargaining for local governments and for the state of Florida. If there is a wage term and condition of employment that's going to be impacted, it must be bargained with the collective bargaining unit, and it is in fact an unfair labor practice for management to go directly to unionized employees to offer a benefit or a reprisal or anything of that nature. You have to go through the bargaining representative.
Okay, thank you.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
On point. Commissioner Atlow.
Just for, well, I guess what I'm suggesting is not to circumvent the unions by any means, but just take the same offer we're giving to general employees and just make it across the board rather than go into a back and forth. Will you give up this? I'll give up this. We go through 6 months. We have a bunch of closed door sessions and we're just back at the bargaining table 6 months after we just got out of the bargaining table. I guess if we're going to not stick to the every 3-year schedule of bargaining because we feel that this is important, let's just get it done and get it done quickly and offer the benefit directly to the unions that we're going to offer to the general employees. So that wouldn't circumvent what you're speaking to.
It sounds like what you're saying is simply offer it to them, don't expect them to return anything for it.
Exactly, correct. Okay, but that would be fine legally?
Well, it's not what's contemplated by the Florida statutes, but certainly you could do it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple of questions. So just to clarify, this would be just a one-time leave buyback, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Commissioner, it would be, we did it last year.
Right.
That was a one-time. I'm not sure we contemplated doing it this year. The conditions kind of repeated, so I'd hate to say never,
Right,
but
right.
it is
Right, but I just mean as
non-recurring.
far as a program, this is, the authorization is for 1 year.
Correct.
Okay. The estimate that we have here for the fiscal impact, does that already contemplate fire and police?
Commissioner, forgive me, I don't recall. The fire and police were listed separately. I don't remember how it was written in the item. Give me one moment and I'll tell you.
So I believe I see,
$1.8 million citywide with $500,000 to the general fund. I believe that does not include the $350,000 for police and $250,000 for fire if accepted. That would be in addition.
okay. My other question is, so I see, about 73% for employees. Look, I mean, I support this. My question is, what does this do for our employees who are hourly or who don't have this option, who have also been impacted by COVID and who are probably even more vulnerable or more difficult for us to retain? I'm wondering if this contemplates any benefit to them.
Manager.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe what you're getting at is we have permanent employees that receive paid time off, that it represents the bulk of our workforce. We have some that, I appreciate it, and many employees appreciate it, that were converted from a quasi-temporary position called OPS to permanent. They would not have accumulated a leave balance at this point where they could receive a payout, but they are receiving now a paid leave benefit. The only remaining group of employees that don't receive that are temporary employees, 75% of which work in our Parks and Recreation. They work temporary in nature, and they don't receive that benefit. So they wouldn't be eligible. They don't receive the leave pay, and they don't receive a paid leave based on the nature of their work.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions for me. I am comfortable moving forward with this, and I would also be comfortable supporting, giving direction to our city manager to make this offer to police and fire as well, is where I'm at with this. Thank you.
All right, motion on the table is for staff recommendation, option number 1 made by Commissioner Richardson, Seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. All right, Mr. Manager, do we have any other business to come before the City Commission under policy formation and direction?
No, sir.
Do we have any other business to come before the City Commission this evening?
No, sir.
All right, we are on unagendaed business speakers. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have this evening?
Mayor, I have 3.
Okay.
The first is Erwin Jackson.
Dr. Jackson, thanks for sticking it out. Your name and address in 3 minutes, sir.
Going to hang in there with you.
Yes, sir.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. On July 14th, 2021, this guy here, Gary Jordan, a lobbyist registered by the city, a television spokesman for WCTV, a paid contributor to the Tallahassee Democrat newspaper, a recognized leader within the Tallahassee Chamber, and a member of Scott Maddox's crime family, admitted under oath in a criminal trial that he actively conspired to extort money from a local business, attempted to hide these illegal acts from the public, funneled this illegal money through 2 companies which ended up in the pocket of Scott Maddox. Now, that's not news to you. However, 2.5 months ago, I came and asked that this admitted criminal be barred from being a registered lobbyist and barred from ever receiving a city contract. I was told the city attorney would need to explore what legal options might be available. Yesterday, and why I stayed here so late tonight, yesterday I received a memorandum, and she agrees with me, and I appreciate that. Specifically, the memorandum says debarment, her language, is a statutory sanction that can be used by all units of government to disqualify bidders with a history of criminal behavior or significant contract violations from competing for the award of public contracts. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Furthermore, this disbarment, based on how serious the crime is, can last and be permanent. We're talking serious crimes: embezzlement, extortion, theft, forgery, bribery, and other offenses indicating a clear lack of business integrity and honesty. I think Gary Jordan qualifies. I'm glad that the city attorney agrees with me, but my question remains. Keep in mind, I'm 71. I don't have 10 more years probably to deal with this. But my question remains, when will this commission take action to protect the public from this admitted crook?
You have 15 seconds.
Jordan's registration must be terminated. I certainly believe in due process. If he wants to come up here and argue his case, that would be wonderful. It's time that this commission take action. No more delays, no more excuses, no more looking the other way. It's time to put the citizens first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Donna Pearl Cotterell, followed by Steve Ufelder, and that's the last speaker that I have, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you so much for staying till the end of the meeting. Your name and address.
My pleasure. Good evening. My name is Donna Pearl Cotterell. I live in the Bond community, and I am grateful to be here as one of the new businesses opening up in Railroad Village, right down the street from Railroad Square. So you all should be getting a copy of our flyer. Our grand opening is November 13th. It's from 6 to 9 p.m. We have a #1 Billboard jazz artist who is going to be performing for us that evening. We're going to have some of our I call them students. They're freshmen in college, a couple of them, but they performed with us last February when we did Marigold Days at Nefertari's. The first time we performed the play Marigold Days, which was written by yours truly, was at Cascades Park in November 2015. So we've been here in Tallahassee for 6 years. We actually got our 501c3 10 years ago, and we've been in existence as a theater company for 16 years. So I'm super excited because this is the first time we've ever had our own building. And it means more than just a performance arts center. It means community healing. One of the things that I share with people is that theater allowed me to be who I am today. I came from a family of 7. No one else in my family, none of my siblings went to college. I was the only one that not only went to undergrad, but have 2 master's degrees now. And I attribute a lot of that to my theater experience and was grateful that my parents were able to afford for me to take theater classes. So we're combining our theater programs with mentoring. And not only that, centering our mentoring program around gardening. And again, I'm grateful for the City Farm Urban Farming Program because you are actually creating a dream come true for me. As a former math teacher, I actually created a unit with my cohort in grad school using gardening for math, science, language arts, and social studies. So here I get to do all that, and I'm not restricted by the curriculum, and we can not only teach kids how to grow, but we're incorporating those skills that who knows where they'll go with them. And I get to extend that into my Bond community where I live and work and play, because theater is play. And we want those kids to be able to tell their story and to share their growth through a video production as well as a live production. So I invite all of you to please come. The tickets are live on our website, which is indabatheater.com. And the city has been gracious enough to sponsor us in those 2 major performances I just mentioned. And if you see so fit, we would love your sponsorship and support.
And 3 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Steve Ufelder.
Mr. Ufelder, thank you for waiting it out. I think you're rounding out our citizens on unagended business items. Your name and address for the record, please.
Steve Ufelder, 1625 Centerville Road. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate what you do as commissioners. My dad was a city commissioner in West Palm Beach, so I know these long meetings can be hard on you and for you and your families. I appreciate your service. Our police chief recently spoke at a 3-day retreat, all expense paid by the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. I don't believe the police chief is ever on his own time or ever gives up that title as police chief, and I don't think he should have attended. I don't think he should have attended for many reasons. He gave a speech before a large group of people in which he said his priority for police chiefs is to spread Christianity in the ranks. I'm a devout Jew, and I really would question whether anybody should bring their religion into the workplace. He even said that sometimes you need to stand up your city managers and city commissioners if you're going to work on your religious beliefs. He says in the management of their departments, you need to hold the line. We want to assure that all willing persons can be liberated and have the right to their own religious beliefs. But I believe as police chief, he shouldn't have that opportunity to go to organizations that discriminate in many ways, including against gays. One of the things he said, the platform, he argued, is the gospel of Jesus Christ for our officers. I think that the organization is known to be anti-gay, and it's not just Billy Graham, but his son who's followed in his footsteps. He recently said, Mayor Buttigieg says he's a gay Christian. As a Christian, I believe the Bible, which defines homosexuality as a sin, something to be repentant of, not something to be flaunted, praised, or public politicized. The Bible says marriage is between a man and woman, not 2 men, not 2 women. Billy Graham, while he was alive, said homosexuality is a perversion. His son has said many similar things. He said homosexuality is not complicated, but it's not complicated. It's not a gray area. It's a sin. so it separates persons primarily from God. This is a difficult issue for me because I respect the office. I've had a chance to talk to the police chief as a result of the mayor introducing me. We just have an honest difference of opinion. You never give up being police chief. You don't belong to organizations that discriminate against anyone. What would you have done in the 60s, the people that went to organizations that discriminate against blacks? What would you have done? You said it's acceptable? It's not acceptable. He should have to explain why he went and ensure the public that he does not believe in some of the things that the organizations he went to.
3 minutes.
Mr. Ufelder, if you can.
One final point.
Sure, wrap up.
The police chief of Seattle was asked to attend an event of this organization. And he said he wouldn't go because of their positions on gays. I think it's time for him to explain why he went and also to understand why he belongs to such an organization or attended such an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
All right. Commissioner Porter, we're on commissioner's time. Let's start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, I see Chief Revel in the audience. I don't know if you'd like to speak and address, this is, I don't know, it's the will of the commission. I have received emails. I appreciate the comments that were given, and I share those concerns, and I think that it would be helpful to hear from you at some point, if not tonight. So I do not feel resolved with this issue. I agree that everywhere we go, we don't stop being commissioners, and it is concerning some of the things you said and the context under which it was said. So I do think that there are people who would like a response. I think he's looking at you, Mr. Manager.
Entertain that? Would you like,
Sure.
and if I may, at the last commission meeting, I shared this, I'll share it again. I did talk to Mr. Ufelder. I know him outside of this chamber, and we serve on the United Way board, and I totally respect Mr. Ufelder. What I also respect is that Chief Revel's a man of faith. I think it's well established that he attended a church retreat event that he spoke at on his own time. This is well established, not disputed. We know that Chief Revel attends church here locally. It's part of the same denomination of the organization that he spoke at. I expect that was the connection. What I think is most important is for Chief Revel to talk about how he serves our community every day, his approach to serving our community, his track record in leadership to support diversity and inclusion. And I know he can do that, and I welcome, Chief, if you don't mind, kind of to share your viewpoint, because I think that's really what's the most important thing here. Is how do we approach serving our community? We're public servants. We serve without bias. We have our own beliefs. And those are protected. But it is our duty to serve our entire community in a way that's supportive, that's encouraging, that's whether it's our workforce or in the case of the police department that directly serves our citizens, in doing so in a way that is good for everyone. The chief and I have talked about this numerous times, not starting with this event. I think that's easy for him to do, and so I think this is probably a great opportunity. He wasn't at the last commission meeting because he was out of the office, but he would have been here. But I think this is a great opportunity, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Chief, thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to address this. And I was not only out of the office, I was unavailable on the Appalachian Trail. So it wasn't like I could, be a part of it virtually either. So that's the reason I wasn't with you last time. Mr. Ufelder?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We did. We just had a great conversation. And we discussed, many things. And one of the key elements that, and like you said, we just fundamentally disagree, is that when I am off duty, am I still the police chief? And there's a yes and a no there, and we know that. But the real issue is as police chief, how do I treat every citizen in this county, and how do I treat the members of my department? And I will proudly stand on my record, not only as police chief, but for 30 years with the Tallahassee Police Department. I will proudly stand on that record. The Tallahassee Police Department has a long, distinguished history of not only hiring and supporting, but promoting members of the LGBTQ2 community. They have, and we continue to do that. I've promoted several members myself because in my belief, and Mr. Ufelder talked about the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, and I will say they do great and mighty things all around this world. And he talked about the fact that they discriminate, and I challenged him to show me an example of when they discriminate. And he said, well, they think being gay is wrong. I said, that is a belief. That is not an action, and discrimination is an action, right? It's a belief. Everybody is entitled to their belief, just like I am. You know that I'm a Christian. You know that I have Christian beliefs, and I don't shy away from those. Commissioner and I were talking earlier, and I said, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. I stand strong on that, and I don't back down from that at all, and I never will. But how I treat the citizens of this community and how I treat members of my police department will never, ever include any kind of discrimination. And I think if you want to know whether that's true or not, then go ask the men and women of my department. Go ask them specifically. I've had several come up to me and say, you want me to stand up and speak for you? I'll stand up and speak for you. And I said, no, that's not necessary. We're not going to do that. All right. But I was on my own time, an organization that I am a part of. I'm part of the rapid response team as well as the strategic chaplain ministry. I have been in places where we have served all members of society, no matter what race, religion, sexual orientation. It did not matter, and it does not matter, nor should it matter. We are providing services, and that's what my religion teaches that we should do, all right? And just like you have your beliefs and you perpetuate your beliefs through your actions, I do the same thing. And my religion tells me that I am to go forward and make disciples. That's a command in my religion. Now, do I do that to discriminate against anyone? No, and I never would, all right? Do I proudly proclaim what I believe? I do, and I always will. So I don't know if that answers your questions. I will be glad to take some of your questions and answer any concerns that you have, because I believe any conversation where we are moving this community forward in unity is a positive thing. And I'm more than willing to have those conversations. I'm speaking to the Mayor's Council on Monday, and I'm very much looking forward to that. Again, to have those positive conversations where we can talk about it. That you're free to believe whatever you believe, and I'm free to believe whatever I believe, as long as your beliefs don't discriminate against me, and my beliefs don't discriminate against you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And for what it's worth, I'm actually not really that concerned about, or I am not questioning your record. I have no reason to believe that, and that is not my concern. And I understand your faith. My parents were missionaries. My father is a pastor. Right. My mother was a valedictorian at Yale. She went to Harvard Law School, and she left all of that behind to be a missionary with my father, who was an engineer. So I am, acutely familiar with what it looks like to have very strong faith. And that is not anything that I would ask you to give up or to change about yourself. My concern is when I see anyone who is in the position that you have, which is held to a higher standard, wearing a TPD polo and speaking as the chief. That's my concern. I think and we can agree to disagree, but my position is, of course, there are ways, it can be blurry, but you'll never stop being the chief. But if you're wearing a polo and speaking about being the chief, that is pretty much, like you're speaking as chief. It's not like you were at a conference just talking about your faith.
Right, but I wasn't wearing the polo when I did the speech. Those are two different days.
Okay, but you were at the conference in a TPD polo, were you not?
Yeah, it's a law enforcement executive retreat.
Okay,
Chief Law Enforcement Executive Retreat, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your clarifications. If you could provide two things I wanted you the opportunity to clarify.
Sure.
One of the obviously at the City Commission, we set agendas that are official government policy.
Right.
One of the things that you spoke to was to the other chiefs of creating an agenda for their departments that speak to a specific religion. So I just want you to maybe elaborate on what you meant in that moment, but also what assurances the general public has that all faiths are welcome within your department.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Thank you. All faiths are welcome. And like I said, we don't discriminate against anyone. What I meant in the speech when I was talking about that particular point is the fact that we are examples by how we live our lives, by how we treat other people. And those examples are manifest through, like our beliefs are manifest through how we treat other people, you know, and we should use our platform to show that we are to treat all people with respect and dignity. It's the same thing I say to my officers, every new officer that I hire. You know, I demand that you treat people with humanity and that we have humanity in our authority. That's the same speech in that I take my religion because my religion teaches that we are to love every single person as Christ has loved them. That's what Christ is. He is love. And we are supposed to take that forward and show that love and respect. And so any kind of discrimination is foreign to that. And I would never permit it. So that's just, we should take that forward. That should be part of who we are. We can't separate that from who we are, even in our platform as chief.
That's your personal religious belief, and I understand. So just for clarification, there's no department policy?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, in fact, our chaplain program incorporates all different religions.
Okay.
We have connections all over town with members of the Jewish rabbis, priests, Muslims. You know, every religion in town, we have conduits so that if one of our members of that faith needs something, we can reach out and give them the help that they need.
And then my only question would be, was this a paid speaking engagement as police chief? Okay.
Correct.
And Mr. City Manager, do we have policies in place? Because I understand the line here, right? But I also understand it's a law enforcement conference. You're the police chief. It feels like it's representing the city of Tallahassee, wearing the polo at different events, speaking as the police chief. People, I assume the whole room knew you were police chief. I was just wondering what our policies.
The whole room were police chiefs.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because of the role is why you're there. And I don't know if we have policies that speak to looking at outside employment and speaking engagement in the future to get permission or qualifications if you're going where the city of Tallahassee may seem like they're being represented.
Mr. Manager.
Is that a question?
Yes, please.
We do have policies about outside employment. In this case, the chief had declared the time off. The deputy city manager, who's the chief's direct supervisor, was aware of it. So he had cleared that as appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. No further questions.
All right. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question for the chief, and I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
Are you proselytizing on the job and trying to convert anyone on your staff to your particular religion?
No, sir. That's not allowed in what I do.
All right. I knew that answer, but
Right.
I just wanted it to be put out there.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I wanted to say to the chief, thank you for taking my call and for responding to the individual who I gave you to have that conversation, because no one can speak for you better than you. And so thank you for being willing to do that, and thank you for being transparent. And I want to say that to unilaterally say that you're never off duty, I don't agree with that, because there are times when I am Mrs. Cox, not Commissioner Cox.
Right.
And no matter how hard I work to try to move this city, if I'm not moving the Cox household like I need to, then, you know, I can't tell my husband, no, I'm Commissioner Cox. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be washing clothes and cooking, that kind of stuff. So there are times, and I make fun of it, but there are times we did not sell our souls and ourselves to these positions.
Correct.
We are public servants, and even public servants need some time off. We do have lives outside of this. So I wanted to speak to that point, that Yes, you're the police chief, but when you're not acting in that role, you have deputy chiefs who stand in stead for you. And so just like we do, when the city manager is out, the deputy city manager or assistant city manager serves. And I hope that commissioners here, you have downtime as well, where you're not fulfilling your role as a commissioner. And taking a call every now and again is fine. I'm happy to do that. But we have to understand that there is a separation of work and life. Because otherwise, we won't last long in these positions if you're all work and no play. And so, although you like to play in Appalachian Mountains, where there's no phone service, but do what you need to do. So I'm just saying clearly, there is a separation of work and life at some point in time. As much as Dr. Jackson, Irvin Jackson works, I know he has a adult playground nearby that he goes where he goes to play.
Ruh-roh.
Right? So but just my point. There is time when you're not the chief.
Right.
Is that place up on North Monroe Street that, no.
No, he knows what I'm talking about. We've had that conversation.
I know.
Chief, and you can be seated. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you speaking to my advisory council on LGBTQ+ issues on Monday. There are probably other organizations I would like for you to proactively reach out to as well. And I'll be more than happy to have that conversation with you.
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
So, Commissioner Porter, we are back on your time.
Thank you. Nothing else for me.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just three things. One, it's FAMU homecoming week. If you all had noticed that, Rattlers will strike again. I got my orange nails on, but getting ready for that. And not only is it FAMU's homecoming, because FAMU's homecoming is an experience. So we say don't eat, don't sleep, it's homecoming week. And that's a good thing for the city of Tallahassee, because we impact the city of Tallahassee economically very well. And it's been a 2-year, there you go, right, that's right. We've got one of our head rattlers right there. Our community has suffered for the not being able to have this homecoming event. And so I want to again thank those who supported the renovation of the stadium that is still underway so that we can have homecoming. Our theme this year is the epic return. And Will Packard, for those of you who may know or may not know Will Packard, who's a graduate of Florida A&M, will be in town with some of his friends, Kevin Hart and all, to dedicate the amphitheater that's in the middle of campus. And we're just planning to have a real good, safe time. The parade is on Saturday. I think most of us are in the parade on Saturday, right? So we'll see you along the parade route. And Mr. Sims is not here now, but you heard him quoting some words that may not have sounded familiar, but those are the words of our alma mater.
Yeah.
College of Love and Charity. We stand beneath that noble shrine. I got to correct him. He said throne is shrine. He got it almost right. The other thing is that I'm wearing purple. Commissioner Richardson is wearing purple. Some other folks forgot I called the color purple at the last meeting because we were wearing pink.
I got pink.
And so the mayor has, he's covering breast cancer still. And the purple is for domestic violence. And so we're standing in support of the victims and those who have survived it, and also for those who may not have survived it. We want to make sure that we don't forget that, this pandemic has probably increased our numbers because people are angry and people are just tense and we act out. So I wanted to just make sure we remember it and recognize that. And finally, I am going on the road around our community with this infographic that shows how our investment and decisions that we've made, not only with the city commission, but with the other boards that we serve on, how we're impacting our community. We're investing in our community in places like we haven't before. And I want citizens, somebody said to me, regular citizens don't know this. So I'm going out to the regular citizens to talk about what we are doing here at the City of Tallahassee and how we're putting our money, putting your money where your mouth is. Forgive that, it's splitting of the verb, subject-verb disagreement. But I want people to know that we are doing things, we're moving our community forward, and we're making great investments. And I want to give a shout out to the city manager, deputy city manager, and Allison Ferris and her staff for pulling this together in one place so that we can look at where dollars are being spent. And I am very excited about what we're doing and how we're going to be moving forward. So I'm doing something called Chat with the Commish. And the first episode is Monday, 5:30, and it's going to be at the Macon Community Park in the Macon community. So tell everybody to come on out. We're going to be there for a little while. I want to hear from them, from folks who are there, as well as share what we're doing. And we're going to do these pop-ups periodically. I have a schedule, but I don't want to share the whole schedule yet. But the first episode will be on Monday at 5:30 at the Macon Community Park. So let's keep moving our city forward, and let's get the word out that we're doing some great things here at the City of Tallahassee. Are we perfect? Heck no. Are we striving? Yes. And so this is what I want to go out and talk about. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to segue on what Commissioner Williams-Cox talked about in terms of the Domestic Violence Month. This also is Domestic Violence Awareness Month throughout the state of Florida, and purple is the color. I was first introduced to this by Sandra Collins, who is the executive director of the Handle Me With Care Dolls Foundation. I met Sandra when I was in the legislature, and she was trying to get legislation passed relative to this issue. She had been a victim of domestic abuse. And since that time, it's been just about 20 years ago now, I have been a follower of hers, a supporter of her foundation, assisting her with her efforts to bring awareness to this issue across our community. Domestic violence is the #1 cause of injury to women in this nation. A lot of people don't know that that statistic is out there. And I'm learning it myself for the first time. But we had a prayer vigil Monday evening in the plaza in front of City Hall. You all may have noticed that City Hall is lit up in purple. And I want to thank the city manager for agreeing to do that, and Allison for making sure that, working with Sandra to make sure that that happened again this year, because we want to bring attention to this issue and make sure that it does not happen to any other families, women or children, and now it's even happening to men. There are women out there beating up on the fellas, y'all. But we want to make sure that this is eliminated in our community in particular, but throughout the state of Florida and indeed the nation. So I just wanted to expound on that a little bit further as well. I want to encourage everyone to go out for Donna's event. I had an opportunity to attend the Marigold Days at Nefertari's, my family and I. We thoroughly enjoyed it. And Donna told me then that there would be some things coming in the future. And Donna, I'm so happy that you've got your own space and will be able to provide even more frequent and greater entertainment for our community. And I encourage everyone to come out and support her in that. And then finally, there will be a Halloween trick-or-treat in the Bond community at the Speed Spencer Park. Is it Speed Spencer? Mm-hmm. Yeah, in French, in a Bond. And then they will have a trick-or-treat along the linear park. So it will be an opportunity for you to visit the Bond community. This is being hosted by the Bond Neighborhood Association. Delethea Edwards is the president. And so I'm sure she would be tickled pink to know that I was inviting you all to come out and be a part of that. So if you can make it, I think it starts at 3 o'clock. I hope I've got the time right. But it is Sunday afternoon, Halloween day. And that's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to circle back to the leave buyback for our collective bargaining units. In September, when we did the pension component change for the sergeants and lieutenants, we just brought that to them and they brought it to their membership and improved it. And I know the trying to get this done by December 10th for the general workforce in advance of the holidays, I think it would just be really great if we could do that for our collective bargaining units as well. So I'd like to make a motion that we direct the city manager to bring an offer of the benefits to the unions that Mayor offered to the general employees.
Second that.
So the motion on the table, one more time, I'm sorry, Commissioner Matlow.
So we would approach the unions to bring an offer to their membership for the leave buyback program that we're offering the general employees.
How is this different from the direction that we provided earlier?
We provided directions to go into negotiations, so this would be essentially just making the offer of the buyback program that they can take to their membership and approve it without having to.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I am comfortable with the direction that we provided earlier on the agenda item, so I will respectfully not be supporting the motion on the table. Any other comment? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. So it fails on a 2-3 vote with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in the affirmative, Commissioner Williams-Cox, Commissioner Richardson, and Mayor Daley on the negative. Commissioner Williams-Cox, on point?
On point. I too believe that we've given the direction in what we did earlier. And there is intent, in the agenda item, there is intent to have those conversations. I don't want to get into the habit of not adhering to what we are supposed to do legally with negotiation. I trust that the union and the city manager will come to agreement quick. I mean, this is a win-win, so I wouldn't see it going back and forth on this to make sure that they're able to do it in time. This was done last year, and I think that it was done with the general employees, but I think that there is merit in allowing the process to be handled in the way that it should flow, and not, I don't want to use the word circumvent, but I don't want to go around what's already in place, because we'll set a precedent that then
Motion.
that we would have to, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm good.
All right.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor still?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, nothing else. I look forward to the homecoming festivities this weekend.
Excellent. First of all, it's nights like tonight that do make me proud to serve on this commission, not by any particular issue, but by the tenor of how we conducted the meeting. That was a very difficult issue on both sides, and except for one outbreak, I was very pleased with how both the public and the flow of the commission went. I want to thank everybody for their role. You are correct. This is FAMU Homecoming Week. It is the experience. Last week with FSU Homecoming Week. It's a wonderful time of year in Tallahassee between the two universities. And those of us that participated in the FSU parade had a great time as well. Looking forward to the FAMU events. It's a wonderful time. Halloween's this weekend. Yeah, the weather's looking nice. It's just a good time to be in Tallahassee, that's for sure. I have two issues in particular. Number one, Mr. Cook, I would love, based on our conversation yesterday, I would love for you to prepare a memorandum on the status of the benefits for TPD Officer Crouch's widow and family. Unfortunately, as we all know, we lost a Tallahassee Police Department officer due to COVID. And there's no dispute that he caught it on the job, passed away. So we're in the process right now of going through the death benefits. I am not up to speed on all the ins and outs of it. I know there's some questions involved, and I think it would serve us all well. I'm not asking for an agenda item to come back. I'd just like a formal memo distributed to each one of us, and if anybody wants a briefing specifically on it, please make yourself available so that we know exactly what's going on. I know that many of us attended the funeral and feel for the family and want to make sure that we take care of our TPD family. On a much lighter note, next Tuesday, we will be celebrating the first annual Tallahassee Award winners. I would encourage each of you to come out and join me, if you will. It'll be next Tuesday, November 2nd on Clayman Plaza. We will be recognizing for the first inaugural Tallahassee Awards. Monique Van Pelt, the CEO of Second Harvest of the Big Bend. Royal King of the Omega Lamplighters. He's the founder and Tallahassee Program Director. Aurora Torres Hansen, who is the Asian Coalition of Tallahassee Education and Outreach Program Director. Chris Petley, who is the Tallahassee Soccer Club founder and president, and Talithia Edwards of the Greater Bond Neighborhood Association president. You recall, we opened it up for nominations. Each one of these award recipients was nominated by several individuals expressing their dedication to our community. And I look forward to a wonderful time and hopefully a new tradition. So with that, and seeing no other questions or comments, we stand adjourned. Great meeting, everyone.
Alrighty.